Oh, are we?
We are now indeed live. I watched a lot of Dark Knight Rising clips yesterday.
Nice.
Dude, the hits of that friggin' movie are incredibly painful. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I remember, well, I don't remember. I remember now that he broke his back, but like, holy shit. I love the choreography in those Dark Knight movies because it's literally what Batman should be. Like, there's a bunch of funky guys, but at the end of the day, it's just them viscerally beating the shit out of each other.
Basically, yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter that Batman is not the typical hero with, like, superpowers. He's just really rich. That's what they tripled down on. I'm like, yes, make the rich man beat the fuck out of other people. I'm okay with this. Just let them fight. It's great. I don't know, I've been doing that now. Once in a while, I'm just like, I'm gonna stare at these movies, these clips of fight scenes in these movies, and just go from there. I don't know why. Just been something I've been doing.
Helps get you hyped.
No, actually, it distracts me from doing my work.
Oh, well.
So the exact opposite.
Okay, well, there you go.
Helps me relax. I'm just watching Thanos beat the shit out of Captain America over and over and over again. I'm like, this is a good day.
Yeah, to see the good guys get pounded into oblivion.
I mean, I like the back and forth, right? I know I've said this. I know I'm a giant hypocrite, but there are just moments where you want to see at least, because again, it's like you want to see them get to a point where it's not like a Deus Ex, but like the good guys outsmart the bad guys, rather than them, like, but none of this like, Deus Ex, she flew in from above and took his head off. No, none of that bullshit. Like, you want to see them figure it out on the spot. That's the stuff I like. Like, the end game ending, at first I was just like, really? That's it? But it's also because I just wanted 2 more hours of them beating the shit out of each other. But, I mean, it's like, that was set up. It was beautifully written. But then there's other ones, like I was watching, what was it, Batman and Robin? Or whatever, like the old ones with Michael Keaton.
Oh, yeah, it was friggin' Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
and...
you know what? It was bad, but simultaneously, it was like, you know, for the time, it's not that bad for 1989, you know? As long as you keep it in 1989. Wasn't that 1989? Or am I thinking of Batman Returns?
Well...
I'm thinking of Jack Nicholson. Oh, shoot. That's like 1989.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson was the original Batman. That was 1989.
He's fucking creepy!
He did it. I mean, that one was really good. The first two, Batman and Batman Returns, I think it was.
Yeah.
Both of the ones that were done by Tim Burton.
Right.
Were extremely good. The ones that came afterwards, I mean, I grew up watching, what was it, the one with Jim Carrey as the Riddler.
Yeah, the Riddler. Oh my god! It's
and
the
that was
perfect
like when I
character
was
for
a
him.
kid. That was my favorite Batman movie. But yeah,
because
as I got
you also
older,
like Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
But that was when, you know, Tim Burton went off to do a bunch of other stuff, and other directors came on to do the Batman movies, and it was just like,
all right, time to bring in Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, then it just became like the campy kind of like Adam West style of Batman, just with a nicer coat of paint.
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching clips from the Jim Carrey one. I'm like, okay, this is cheesy 80s writing, but if you brought those, like, I always look at the older movies and go, what would happen if they brought them into newer contexts? Like, can you use the Riddler in modern day Batman movies now? Like, can you still do it? Or is it just too cheesy? Because I think the Riddler's super cool.
I think the more recent Batman video games kind of made it into, he was almost like a Zodiac killer kind of thing.
Oh yeah, like he would leave like clues on where he's gonna go next.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This might surprise you, Fedora, but since as a kid I wasn't able to turn into Venom, my favorite villain, if I was to become a supervillain, I would have been the Riddler. I think that shows in a lot of my content and in a lot of things. I think it shows in a lot of things I like to do, like create games for people, and like maybe I'd be the guy from Saw. Would I just be the puppet from Saw?
Yeah, probably.
That sounds like me, right?
I mean,
like
he's the puppet from Saw is basically just like
a gorier Riddler.
one or two steps further into the sadism than the Riddler is. Like
I
it's
guess.
the Riddler with additional sadism, basically.
I guess, yeah. I don't actually, like, I didn't know that the Riddler, like, I was watching some of these to get their backstories. First of all, Catwoman's going nut by being eaten by cats is kind of really gross and weird.
Yes.
That's kind of nasty. But, like, the Riddler was just, like, this down, he was kind of like, what's his name? Jamie Foxx there, who becomes Electro. Where he's just like a thrown away scientist who had really big ideas, but like the big ideas were not great.
Yeah. Like his biggest personality trait is his narcissism, basically.
Yeah.
Like that's his superpower, is just extreme narcissism.
And wanted to be a brainy. He wanted to be a smarty pants. He wanted to be the brainiac.
He wanted to be smarter than everybody else, not just smarty pants, but literally the smartest person ever.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in that movie, he doesn't die to his own smartness. He just gets bat-meringued.
Yeah. I mean, it's been so long. I don't even remember a lot of the plot for those older Batman movies.
Well, I can tell you the Riddler one. He built the 3D TV, which is real now. It makes me think that the Riddler actually exists. But he built the 3D TV, and his whole thing was like the discourse on, well, society is already brainwashed. I might as well make use of the brain that they're not using. And I'm like, shit, that's real. Isn't that what we all wish we could do if we wouldn't be called evil? Like, if we could just put people's brain power to use.
Well, yeah, and then when you consider that the old scientific axiom of that, like, humans only use like 10% of their brain power at any given time, which I think was one of the things that was talked about in that movie. It's
Yes,
like,
he wanted to be able to use 100%.
Right, exactly.
Similar to Lucy, I think. Lucy also wanted that.
I have no idea.
Like the one with Scarlett Johansson, where they basically unlock her brain and give her a serum that unlocks 100% of her brain power, so she starts seeing like energy in the roots and stuff like that.
That could be. I never actually saw that movie, although I did want to.
Apparently, it's not very good. I'm not gonna let you taint that because I also like movies that are bad, so it's just up to you to watch it.
Yeah.
It was okay. It's kind of like a cheaper Kill Bill. You have to go in expecting it to be like Kill Bill. So if you like Kill Bill style movies, which Kill Bill was good, but like this is a step down from Kill Bill from what I was watching. But it's okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a movie. It's all. It's not a bad thing.
It's a movie.
It's just a movie. It's you can do what you want.
Not gonna win any Oscars, but it could still be enjoyable.
Yeah. It's similar to like when people were telling me that Godzilla vs. Kong is terrible because of the plot. It's like if you're going in for the wrong reasons, then yeah, it's gonna suck. But you know, if you're going for the right reasons, it's like you don't watch. I mean, but then again, Bourne had like movie and it's like going into the Matrix. You don't go into the Matrix for this simple plot. You have to be ready to think and root for a guy who literally becomes Cyber Jesus. If you don't go in expecting to do that, you're watching the Matrix wrong.
Yeah.
And not understanding the deeper metaphorical messages, which sadly are slightly becoming more important today. Even iRobot, you don't go in watching Will Smith become this super. No, it's like Will Smith is a thug of a what's his name? Of a police officer. The man literally goes out, defies Skynet, its version of Skynet. If you're not expecting anything more than that. I lost him. I did lose him. Wait a minute.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thought my internet cut. All right. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Riddler. I think I just liked it because he was actually like crafty, but like the man was literally just, you had to be smarter than him to win, right? But he was the ultimate trickster in terms of puzzles and things like that.
Yeah.
I definitely like the more Heath Ledger style of Joker, where it's not just like, you know, these like Jack Nicholson with the extra big gun, which takes out the Batmobile. I like the sort of like, yeah, I just play everybody against each other. Fiddly D. Yeah, Jack Nicholson was, holy crap, he was wacko in that movie. Like, actually good wacko.
Yeah. Yeah, especially given the time that movie came out in the late 80s, that was pretty, I mean, that was
scary.
Right. Well, and then that was the I think the turning point for Batman, who went from the kind of, you know, the Adam West kind of goofy, kitschy kind of character to being like the Dark Knight, the noir, beat the shit out of people kind of superhero.
I think for something like Batman, though, I think you need that because Batman just gets that whole not a real superhero treatment. I think he needs that.
Right.
I think you just need to basically like follow what the Dark Knight Rises did, where it's like Gotham is a fucked city. You just need to take it as seriously as possible while keeping it in the, you know, the genre of superhero versus supervillain. I think that's just kind of the way you have to make it now. Because you're not going to achieve Marvel status of, like, you can go interstellar and it'll be cool because he is just a rich guy who's really smart at making technology, right? But you can't achieve Tony Stark either because Tony fights different things. Although, you know, Iron Man and Batman kind of have that whole, you know, fighting you at your own game. That's what I like about the Dark Knight.
Well, and that's kind of his, I think the reason why Batman has kind of persisted as such a universal superhero, quote unquote, is that he doesn't actually have any superpowers.
No.
You know, he's not like Superman where he's basically invincible and can, you know, fly. He's not like a lot of, he is a normal human being who stands toe to toe with people who are effectively gods.
Yeah. That's the thing, is he's impressive. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as Iron Man, right? Like Iron Man he doesn't actually have any superhero powers either, right?
Right.
So it's just kind of like you throw them into this world where they should be losing, but the difference they're both cursed with kind of the same background. They're kind of similar, but yeah, it's that whole thing. But I think also the thing that I like is, which is what made Thanos really cool, was him and Thanos kind of get like they have the similar things where like they're cursed. Like he said, we're both cursed with knowledge. We both know the right decision. The difference is Thanos is willing to throw it all away, whereas Stark is a human. You know, he can't make those types of decisions and be happy with himself. That's kind of like Batman too, where all the villains are the same thing, where they're just like, it's like unhinged Batman. Batman could easily be a villain, which he technically was, because he created a lot of these villains that attack Gotham by him just not being this, you know, ruthless sort of vigilante taking people down.
Yeah, he's trying
to have his cake and eat it too type of deal, which has created more problems, which is why him kind of dipping out at Dark Knight Rises, with him quote-unquote retiring or dying, was sort of like, yeah, he knows he's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my game open. I don't have my notes.
I'm ready to go.
Notes. Oh, God. See, I'm not an apologist. I just understand the deepness of it and how beautiful it can be sometimes. The poetic nature on how hero and villain are intertwined. Okay, I have my giant friggin' maze ready to go.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Oh, God. Hi, everybody. We're here again.
Yet again.
Once again, we are also
Welcome
cursed.
back to the show that never ends.
Maybe that should just be the name of the sequence. Just the name of this section, the show that never ends. The invisible
Forever
Russian
ships.
dinghy. Forever ships. Yeah, this is no longer battleships, this is warships.
Yep.
This is unending war. I'm 3 boats away. I'm literally 3 shots away, but I don't have the knowledge or the resources to finish it, because thanks, Super Fire Red. Fedora is close. But
Closer.
Closer, but what he really needs is your generous donations to Sick Kids Hospital, so that you can take shots in his name against me to make it closer. Remember, he won last year because you guys donated a incredible amount of money. to make that happen. You could do that again. We're at $929, by the way, Fedora. I don't know if you saw, man. We're close to a K.
Nice.
Yeah. We're close to that Ultimate Noob Challenge. We didn't put out our... We didn't put out, per se, what we're... Well, we don't know what we're doing for Extra Life yet.
No.
But, we'll figure something out. Apparently, there's a better Link to the Past tracker if you want to do the like the same guy in the different... Or two guys, one world type of deal.
Oh, interesting.
Apparently, well, officers tell me there's a better tracker.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to check and confirm that. Like one with actual names and tells you how many are in each dungeon. Because I need that, because I have a hard time knowing that.
Yeah.
That's why I play a Minish Cap. Where is... Sorry, I'm just looking for ship tracker. There we go. Fedora, are you prepared, sir?
I believe I am, or as prepared as I'm going to get.
I will allow you, as always, to count us down.
I think you should count us down.
Why do you think I should count us down?
Because I've been doing it the last several weeks, and it's your turn.
Okay, this is not friggin' JK. We don't have to share. I was just being a gentleman.
Well, I know, and I am returning the gentlemanliness back to you.
Wait, you don't want my gentlemanness?
No, I am
both gentle and manly. Fine, I'll count us down, but you have to keep the gentle and the manly.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Make a space on your mantle.
Okay.
See, people are gonna have a man cave. I'm gonna have a mantle. I'm just gonna have a shelf with everything that represents me as a man.
The man shelf.
Man shelf. It just sounds like what do you keep a man shelf? Hey Bowman, how you doing? All right, 5, 4, 7, 6, 2. How much did Turkey lose by? 3. Go potato. All
okay.
Right. How's your day going, Bowman? I don't want to do this. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you keep going. I gotta get my actual like clicker to count how many Pokemon I find. I have to go that deep into this.
That's not the one I want. Nice, Bowman.
Yeah, what is Juneteenth?
It's up until like this week, it's been mostly a southern holiday. It was just enacted, I think, into a federal holiday.
What do you mean south? Like South US or?
Yes, South US. Its history is based in.
Oh, the emancipation of slavery.
Yes.
Oh.
Black Independence Day, effectively.
Oh, okay. It was only a South thing?
It was largely a Southern holiday, at least to my understanding. I had never heard of it up until a year or two ago, living in the Northwest. Yeah, literally yesterday. Yesterday it was signed into law that Juneteenth is a federal holiday, and since it falls on a Saturday, that would mean that today is the observed holiday that people get off. Today or Monday, I would think, depending on the situation.
Interesting. So why is it called Juneteenth then? Just because?
Because it's June 19th.
Isn't it June 18th?
No.
Today's June 18th.
Yes, today is June 18th, but it's June 19th that is the holiday.
Oh.
But again, because it's on a Saturday this year, people are going to get like Friday off or Monday off.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Interesting.
I mean, if you want to be pessimistic about it, Wolf, I mean, anything can be considered a empty gesture. I think making this a federal holiday about the emancipation of African Americans is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
I mean, that's MLK Day level of big deal.
I can understand where you're coming from, because I mean, it just, like, there have been other holidays that have sort of been quote unquote slapped on to try and not shut people up, but like politically shut people up. But I mean, this is something that should have been recognized a long time ago, I guess, because, you know,
right.
I didn't know there was an actual official day that anyone in the U.S. celebrated. So,
yeah, I mean, we have the standard ones like, you know, Independence Day,
Veterans Day,
Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever. But there's really not that many that are like, this is a federal holiday where you will not work.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So it makes a lot of sense, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah. At least it'll force people to have to hear about it, which will only tilt people who don't like hearing about it. So, you know,
right.
Take that as a hell yeah, Biden jabs your face.
That's the wonderful irony of it that I've been reading about on Twitter, is that, you know, we're gonna be celebrating Juneteenth now for reasons that a lot of people in this country are trying to write laws to prevent people from learning about.
Yeah, I've been reading that, and I'm the whole thing we said where people try to change history or change the way words work in the language. Yeah.
Yep.
You got some really big nipple twisters down there, dude. Like, those are like, you know, the purple nurples you get in high school? I feel like I'm getting one reading the logic behind erasing or not even erasing. It is like dementing the reasons why things exist.
Yeah.
Holy shit. You told that to phys ed teachers here? That's like saying, hey, we're not going to teach you consent and sex because it's been a way to hold the man down from reproducing. Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah. Right. No. you're like
right
out. you're out to
abstinence
lunch,
only,
sir.
But if somebody forces you into it, then you just deserve it, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much the type of logic I'm understanding from what the fuck's going on down there.
Yeah, which that particular logic being a complete lack of logic.
Yeah, pretty much. Or it's like, you know what? It's like my student, that wonderful student that I have that's like super conspiracy theory, but like very invested in wanting to learn these types of things. He's just like, well, just do it this way. And I'm like, you know, a lot of people are just doing that, except the difference between you and them is they have the power to do that. Right. So you're not off in understanding how these sorts of things are done, but you're also a 14-year-old. I have to say 14. I keep calling them 13. It's like the big difference between 13 and 14. I'm like, you're right. There is. Just like there's a big difference between age 10 or 10 and 11. There is a huge difference between the mentality-wise. My sister made that very clear. I didn't understand, but I'm like, okay, I can understand that. It's fine. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I get it. It's just, and I'm like, yeah, the difference is you don't have billions of dollars to make it happen, but you could twist anything you want. You're right, student. You understand how it works. Now, please don't become corrupt with it.
A lot of the issues that we have with discourse in America, at least, but I think probably in Western culture generally, is nobody wants to think about issues beyond the face value. You know, what's wrong with abortion? Well, abortion is unborn babies, and quote unquote killing unborn babies is wrong, so therefore we should be against it, period. That's it. That's the logic. But when you get into the nitty-gritty details of it, not the details of the actual procedure, but why, you know, women have use that as an option or you know, have that available, it's a little less cut and dried. It's a little less black and white. You know, people aren't doing these things because they're evil. They're doing them for reasons of circumstance, for reasons of desperation. You know, why do people commit crimes? Why do people commit thefts? Why do people commit murders? It's not just, oh, they're evil. People commit thefts because they usually are desperate. They don't have the means to take care of themselves or their family otherwise, so they have to resort to more desperate measures. It's that understanding that is kind of lacking in our political discourse these days.
I actually remember talking with my students about that, and then being in a grade, was it 11 or 12 girls phys ed class, talking about abortion, and what they thought about it. And I remember them saying, it was very interesting, because you'd be surprised, of course, this is like a very small sample size compared to what the quote-unquote average might say, but there were some very interesting things, because, believe it or not, it was the guys who came up with, well, it depends, right? Like, they made it a little bit more complicated than the girls did. The girls just basically said, for the majority of, based on the voting in the class, yes, let us choose because it's with our own bodies. But the guys were sort of more hesitant, but they weren't hesitant for, like, you know, Giga Chad reasons. Yeah, population stuff. They were actually talking about, like, well, are they giving it up because they were abused and they were unethically forced into it, or did they give it up because they don't have money? Like, they were actually asking the tough questions, and what we ended up ending the class with was basically saying, it's like, yeah, you're right, it is complicated, and does that take away their right to make that decision? Do you think that then anybody should have the decision? And they basically said, well, they don't know. So it wasn't, they didn't say, no, we should not take away their decision, or yes, take away their decision. They actually couldn't come up with an answer, and that was actually a good ending point for them, because, you know, you and I would basically say, yeah, no, pro-choice, right? Because especially with all the reasons that my class came up with, yeah, it is harder to answer. But the fact that they understood that's why it's difficult to make that decision for millions or billions of people around the world, is like, you know what? I'm not upset that you guys didn't say pro-choice. I'm actually glad that you thought deeper, despite the fact you didn't have to make the choice, or you don't have to tell people about the choice. It was pretty cool, because it was, you know, talking with the female phys ed teacher after. She basically said, yeah, most girls going through my class will just say pro-choice all the time because they're the ones that have to deal with it, and we have to teach guys to think about it. I'm like, you're right, and you know, it might be a little upsetting that they're not going to say pro-choice right away, but they're also not the ones that have to make the physical choice to go through with it. But it was nice. It was caring to see that they at least my class that I had dipped. This is the same class that I taught pornography to, right? Right. So it's like, you know, you still had the tee-hee boobies people in the back, but, you know, the majority of the guys were actually, like, pretty understanding and knew a lot about, like, the reasons why we talk about it. You know, it's not us saying don't watch porn. It was more of the, well, this is what can happen without being aware of it, because I can't tell you whether or not to watch it. I'm always going to say don't because of psychological reasons, but I can also say don't do the dirty, but I'm not there hanging over your head, you know, watching and making sure you're not doing anything. You still have to make decisions. Yeah. Well, and that all of that stuff sort of comes full circle with the idea of abortion. And because one of the other things that's missing from a lot of the understanding of the pro-life crowd is that people who are quote unquote pro-choice, it does not mean that they are pro-abortion. Yeah. You know, I consider myself pro-choice, but at the same time, if we had the ability to completely nullify the need for abortion, that's what we should be shooting for. We should be shooting for having free access to contraception. We should be shooting for having free access to family planning and having better access to financial resources to make it easier for people to choose whether or not they want to have kids in the first place.
And that's what a lot of the, I think, in my opinion, hypocrisy comes from the, you know, pro-life crowd, is that they want to outlaw abortion, but they don't want to do anything that would help reduce the number of abortions. They don't want to.
The number
they don't
of
want to
reasons why an
teach-
abortion be required.
Right. They don't want to teach sex ed. They don't want to give people contraception. They don't want to, you know, make it free for women to get on birth control or have access to condoms or anything like that. They don't want to increase wages for workers so that we could go back to what it was 50, 60, 70 years ago, where one person in a single job could support an entire family. Exactly, Wolf. Like they want to get rid of abortion, but they don't want to. But they also want to get rid of all the things that would help get rid of abortion naturally.
Funnily enough, Tim, that's actually the stuff we teach in phys ed now. I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know why. I think I was thinking about this yesterday. I was going to bed, and we didn't even talk about ed yesterday, or education or anything like that. And I'm just sitting in bed going, I'm so fucking glad I'm a health and phys ed teacher, because I wish it was 4 years in high school. I wish everyone was forced into phys ed for 4 years. Not for the sports aspect, because now if you look at the curriculum we get to teach, oh my god, man, grade 9. My grade 9 curriculum. Sex and drugs. Right? Sex, drugs, and alcoholism.
Yep.
Now,
sex is bad, drugs are bad, alcohol's bad.
Well, no,
mine
mine wasn't that bad, and luckily I was in, like, it was really good that the teachers kind of didn't follow the Catholic teachings of it, because then, you know, a Catholic, it's abstinence. That's what it was back then. But luckily my teachers, what they would do is they would lead with abstinence and then go with, okay, now we're in the year 2006.
Yeah.
Like, all my teachers are actually, like, they were religious, but they weren't using the religious ways to teach health, right? Because I don't know if you know this, in Catholic school, you basically have to take a course. I'm going to be taking this in August, sadly, so I can get a job in Catholic schools. But basically, you have to learn how to teach in faith with every course.
Yeah. Yeah.
So teaching health and phys ed in faith is like teaching the temple is a body, and God has given you the ability to move. I'm not kidding you. That's the shit we're supposed to teach. We talk about it on day 1, and then for the next 4 or 5 months, teach them real stuff. So
2 plus 2 is 4. Why? Because God said so.
Dude, oh my god, that was the funniest thing ever to read. Whenever we had to read that when I was in high school, reading 9 through 12. I mean, now I laugh at it. Back then I didn't, because I took it super seriously, because I didn't want to make light of anything religious. But I remember being in the class, and the first day in every math class was learning how Jesus gave us the ability to critically think. And I'm like, I mean, if he built the body, I'd hope so.
That's
if he truly built everything, do we really need to state the obvious? He gave us a brain. Wow.
He gave us a brain to critically think about how Jesus is better than everything.
I guess I should be Catholic now. You're right. Look at that go.
The problem is that while Jesus might have given us the ability to think critically, he didn't actually teach us how to use it.
Yeah. No, that's up to us, remember?
That's up to us, and clearly the people who follow those teachings, at least in this day and age.
Oh, they jumped on the wrong boat.
They jumped, yeah, well.
They think they're on the right boat, but that one sailed a long time ago.
Yeah.
They kind of made their own boat. But regardless, no, I the health, like, I'm so glad. They still get choice, right? I'm still on the fence about it because, for example, the class that I had to teach, the school was primarily Russian Orthodox and Jewish. And both those religious backgrounds are very much hush-hush about talking about sex, especially with guys.
Yes.
So when I was in that class teaching porn, I was super careful because I was expecting a lot of them to make light of it or just be kind of like, manly men. Well, yeah, boobies. You know, it's no big deal. How can porn hurt me? But they were actually pretty sincere. But we had a couple of students that would ignore or ask to be removed from it. So that they would just do their own independent anatomy assignment or whatever. You had to give them an assignment to basically to give a health mark, right? They can't just get a health mark because they don't want to do it. That's how we kind of get them to still do something in the class. But I remember now, actually, I don't know if you know this, but there was a law that was passed in Ontario. Epic Thanks for the host, man. How you doing? There's a law passed, and I didn't know this. This is kind of ridiculous, though. I don't mind them choosing, but you know you can actually go all of school without ever learning a single thing about sex ed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm kind of against that, simply because there are so many important factors to talk about. I'm not into forcing them, but I'm into finding ways to at least make sure, because the thing about the education is, I think it's been kind of proven already, Fedora, education generally leads to better living in relationships. As noted by vaccination rates in educated areas seem to be higher, whereas education in low or vaccinations in low ed areas seem to be lower.
Yeah.
And background or not, I was also a kid that avoided sex ed studies when I was younger because I didn't want to learn about female anatomy. It scared the shit out of me.
Girly parts, cooties, ew.
I just didn't want to understand it. I'm just like, how do you not have something down there? What the fuck? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you bleed out of that? What the shit? Are you okay? That'd be the first thing
Women
I'd
are
ask.
no longer
Are you
human.
alright? No, it's not that they're not human. I was just concerned they were gonna bleed out. I didn't know how it stopped.
Right. I mean, I remember thinking that too when I first learned that. It's like, how do you bleed out of your body that much every month and not die before you're 18?
Well, the worst part about it too.
That it didn't make any sense to me when I was a teenager.
Like,
but
yeah. But the other thing is, the words that are used to describe it, like heavy times. When I heard heavy times, I go, do we need to bring you to a doctor? You say you have light times and heavy times. Are heavy times like cramps? Like, do we need to bring you some help? Like, I didn't understand I still don't fully understand. Like, it's just the feeling. No one has ever taught me the official terms of how to describe cycles of menstruation or the feelings of it. So I just know, like, the heavier it is, the more bleeding there is. But it's still stuck with me. I'm just like, okay, do you need something extra? Whenever I hear something is harder, like, you know, easy versus hard difficulty, hard requires more.
right.
You know what I mean?
Well, and
that's what I understood as a kid.
That, like, it's one of those things that I think, like, guys, as much as we might try to understand something like that, we will never really know truly what it feels like. Just like childbirth, you know, you and I will never ever understand what it feels like to have another living creature, another living human being inside of your body, and then to expel that living being.
Expel? Like you push an eject button? Can you imagine?
Right, exactly.
Wouldn't it be that easy? No, it's not expulsion. It's to have a child climb out of you with hands assisting it by being attached to you and having to let go of something via a bungee cord.
And that's if you're lucky.
Expulsion.
And that's if you're lucky and they don't have to, like, cut you open to make it easier.
Top Box, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for that follow a little while ago.
Welcome to the wonderful conversation we've been having. We've been getting, like, quicker and quicker into serious capital S serious capital C conversations.
I led off with Batman in The Dark Knight Rises. Now we're talking
we
about
went from
children
Batman
climbing out.
to abortion to the.
I tried to keep it light today, man. No, I don't care. It's fine. This is why I like being a phys ed teacher. It's
right.
Actually, look, I respect every single aspect of academia, right? Every single aspect is important, even if you don't think it is. The more academics you're exposed to, the better you're gonna be, because it just helps your brain grow. It's not about the knowledge you get, it's about the training of your brain. But the thing about health and phys ed is your brain gets brought into topics that you never thought you'd have to think deeply into until that one time when you need to, and then you go back and go, thank God I had a teacher like this. Because that's the type of teacher I am. I'm not going to condemn you for watching pornography. I'm going to make sure you understand all the warning signs and all of the positives and negatives that can come out of it, and all of the complicated facets and areas that you can find yourself into when dealing with whether or not you're alone, with a partner, with anything like that. Because people don't think about that. That's my job, is to engage thinking, to make your brain actually turn, get the cogs working. But that's why we changed the curriculum, Tim. So either way, I wanted to tell you this law before I forget it. So in Ontario now, you have to give 6 weeks notice on when you're going to do health and phys ed, I believe, in elementary school at least. So like if you're in grade 1 through 8, you have to give 6 weeks notice, and then your parents have up to 4 weeks before you start that course to decline receiving health and phys ed training. Sorry, mostly health, just the health aspect. You still have to do sports, which is mostly skill-based now, not sports-based, luckily. But what struck me as odd is I asked my sister, because, you know, she's an elementary school teacher, I asked her, why so many weeks in advance? And the reason is, parents want to know when to pull their kids out of school.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so we're using, no, I don't want to say excuse, but we're using the reason for them not to be exposed to topics that are as simply as, like, in grade 1 and 2, you talk about, like, even friendships. It's nothing, you learn basic anatomy, because that is the age they start asking, right?
Right.
But you learn basic anatomy, and then you learn, like, friendships. So how to make friends. What does it mean to be a friend? You know, these types of very important social aspects. And it's super cute. It's super awesome, right? Like, you're actually teaching them how to be friends because, you know, JK and SK, I don't know if you remember this from kindergarten. You made friends with everybody. You didn't judge anybody, not very often, right? You kind of just, everybody played in their own groups, and then they come together, and the classes are very good at bringing kids together and stuff like this, and then they start teaching you how to do it yourself. And then you get to grade 4 or 5 where you start talking about the reproductive organs, you start talking about mental health, actually, very early on, to just talking about things like when you're sad, when you're happy, we're not going into, like, bulimia, right? That's like grade 7, 8, and up. When you start learning that type of stuff, even earlier, I think in grade 6, actually, my kids started talking about eating disorders. But my students, not my kids. I don't have kids. I don't have money for kids. But it was very interesting to me because I heard them like, it's so sad to think that if people understood that education curriculum, they're not removing them from uncomfortable stuff. They're removing them from good stuff, like stuff that kids yearn to learn. And it's just, it's really unfortunate that you could just basically remove yourself completely from the health program in grade 2 or 3 because they don't want their child to learn about the other sex's reproductive organs. And it's just kind of like, it's not even about the child being uncomfortable. It's about the parent being uncomfortable with the child learning about that. And that's where my sister and I, like, she's more understanding of it. I'm more, because, you know, as a health and phys ed teacher, I go there and I go, yeah, and then I have grade 9 guys coming in not understanding what an erection is. Like, you know, you're 13 walking around with a 6-foot spruce pole and you have no idea what the fuck's going on. And, not 6 feet, you know what I mean. But it feels like that. But, like, you have kids coming in, they're going, I don't know what to do. I keep wetting myself in the middle of the night. I'm like, it's not wetting yourself. You're 15.
Not in that way, at least.
You're 15 years old coming up to me saying that you're wetting yourself. I'm never going to shame somebody because I want them to understand it, right? But it's just like, I never had the talk with my dad because I told him I didn't need it. He asked me one day, he's like, you want to have the talk? I go, no, and he left. And I was good. I'm like, I know not to knock random people up. I'm good, thanks. Right? That was the extent of what I thought the talk was going to be. You know, him and I never really talked much about it, unless it was like I was in the hospital and there were some questions that had to be asked where it's just like, we need to understand these functions to make sure that with all the health issues that you were experiencing,
you can still function as a human being. You
can still function. You're not having this issue. Like, if you're having these stomach issues, got to make sure everything down there is working correctly. So there were questions where my dad be asking me, he's like, you want to ask me instead? I go, I mean, you can ask me. He's like, you do this? I go, yeah. He'd be like, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to answer it, but I'm also, it was just awkward, but not, like, I'm not resisting, right? But I know kids who would be resistant and be like, you know, one day this question might save your life, to answer it and know how to answer it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that actually a thing, Tim? I'm 29, I didn't know that. I probably shouldn't do that because I'm going to cramp. If I tense my legs or thighs, that's how the cramping happens in my legs. I guess I'm screwed. Guess I walk in the shadows for the rest of my life. But yeah, like, we didn't teach that stuff, you know. It was oh my god, Tim. I didn't fucking need to know that.
Well, I mean,
all you had to say was, haven't tried it. You didn't have to tell me the number of opportunities. God damn it. It's fine. It's fine. I've heard worse things. From teenagers, no less. The best question ever to ask in phys ed class. Has anyone ever broken their penis? It's the greatest thing because every guy, even the teacher, when one kid asks like, how do you break it? And then everybody just kind of goes, ugh. There's just like that little puff of air that leaves every dude in the class. Where it's just like, you know, it's not a bone, but yes, it can break, the spongy tissue and all that stuff. And oh God. Ooh, we even had, I remember in university, there was a chart or a diagram that showed how it can break, like the spongy tissue breaking. And the class was just like, even the girls were just like, holy fuck, we're so sorry for once. Because everything's way worse for them. They go, we agree. But when you see that picture, understand, we'll never understand what you go through, but that shit is terrifying. You know, I'd most likely take a knife to the ass before wanting that to happen, because good lord. Oh.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that every male can just feel vicariously. Like if you get kicked in the crotch,
one manly
like
roar.
Yeah. The entire collective male consciousness just goes, ooh.
Yep. There used to be a joke, my soccer season would never end until I got a ball or a foot to the nards. I went like 24 years straight, at least getting hit there once with either of... The worst one I ever got was... A guy was going for a really huge kick into the net, got in the way, point blank, ball of the balls. It was... Ugh. The worst part about it was I lifted out of the air, like I went into the air. Like the hit was hard enough from the ball went flying, like it bounced off a metal dome, and I like left about like an inch into the air, and then landed on my back, and I didn't know what hurt more. It's just like, the front should hurt, but I'm too used to this. What does the back feel like? Ah, there we go. Oh, my back. I didn't want to remember. You know what? It paid out in martial arts, though. Because if people need me even through the jock strap, it doesn't fully protect you, but if people need me there, I kind of give them like that pissed off evil villain face. It's like, did you just hit me there? Like I give them that face. Like I do like that slow head raise with the eyes like the eyebrows furrowed. I'd be like, you did not just try and hit me in the fucking nerds, you turd.
Like that did nothing but just make me angry.
Yeah, no, the guy looks like furious, like, is he about to kick my ass? And then my master look at him and go, yes, he's about to kick your ass. And I just go like super frenzy on them. I'm like, leave my nuts alone, I want a future! You can punch me in the neck, you can hit me in the gut, but you start touching Tim and Tom down there and we got a problem.
You would be someone who would name them.
I mean, at that point, man, when there was just enough issues, you had to laugh it off. They needed names. You know, I'm not kidding you. Just do not, please, for God's sake. After I got demonstrated how to kill somebody by the windpipe in karate, nobody is allowed to touch my neck for any reason. Scarves make me nervous. High collared shirts make me nervous around my neck because that shit is uncomfortable. I will not teach you. I will not be responsible for anybody on that. But if you know how to take someone out via windpipe, you have no idea how uncomfortable something could be around your neck. It is depending. Well, there's a couple of ways, but like the way that I learned, the very intrusive way, it is like I get anxious thinking about that one karate class. That was so uncomfortable, and just doing it to yourself too. Let alone my master even demonstrated it slightly on me. Didn't go deep enough, obviously, to kill me because I'm here, and he's not gonna do that. But Jesus, man. For those who are wondering, I have to find 12 Pokemon in a room, and I've only found 10. Believe it or not, it's been 30 minutes.
I spent the whole time fishing for.
Yeah, you did.
A Pokemon.
I'm fairly certain, Fedora. I have superseded. I have surpassed how much time you spent at Alola Marowak in Lost Cave by about an hour and a half. Probably. But yeah, dude, that was so uncomfortable. Yeah, no, like it just got to the point where I just took so many gruesome hits in soccer that it was just kind of like my dad wouldn't even run out anymore. He'd just walk out and he'd be like, he'd look at me and goes, yep. I go, yep. Yep. Ice. I need 2 people, 1 on each side, please. And then I just started being able to walk myself. Like I would just get hit. The ref would look at me and he'd know me. He'd be like, Yeah, and I go, yeah. Why you just like get off? I'm like, yep, thanks. It just became so known in the league. Never be as gruesome as the time where I actually got knocked so hard with a ball to my head. Like, guy kicked it, I went to go head it, hit me in the head a little bit below between my eyes. It was described to me like this. I have to trust it because I don't remember the full thing of it. It was described as I left the ground, flew about 3 inches back where my head used to be. So, like, I actually flew like somebody gave me a sky uppercut. And then I tried to get up, and once I straightened my legs, I fell straight back. Like, just from 90 to 180, just flopped right back and hit my head. I remember people being around me, and I remember getting off the field, and I remember the whole experience, because I still remember the whole vertigo that I got. Like, I got hit, and it was kind of like a guy trying to get up in a boxing match, and I'm like, nope. Like, I even remember in my head hearing, nope, and I just went straight back. But it was just, like, I didn't know I had moved. I thought I had just gotten hit and fell on the spot. No, I flew in the air, and then tried to get up afterwards like I had failed a parachute landing, and I was like, nah. That was a very concerning day. They thought I had gotten, like, severely concussed. Didn't. Somehow, a full-blown kick 4 feet away from my head, and then me hitting the back of my head twice from standing didn't do anything to my brain, at least we assume.
As far as you're aware.
I also did say the Riddler was my favorite supervillain. If I was going to be anybody, it'd be Lex Luthor or Riddler. So take that as you will.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was quite possibly the worst hit I've ever taken. That or getting kicked into a wall karate. That was interesting. Like you know the Spartan kick? Like the stomp? I actually got that, but into the door at karate, like the closet door. Because they wanted me to spar in adult sparring, but the problem is all the adults are bigger than me. And I was like 23. I was fit, so I could keep up with them, but the problem is their reach was so big. So the whole point of those classes was to teach me how to spar against people with really big reach. Yeah, It turns out I needed a lot of practice because I didn't know how to do it. I always chose to fight the people who would be difficult for me. It was point sparring, so it wasn't full contact, but they were more aggressive in the adult class. I was used to, like, you know, my sister's boyfriend, him and I used to spar quite a bit just to get some practice because I could make him flinch by just running at him because he didn't know how to do it, but he'd also get really good hits in. Like, we were very evenly matched. Now he's better than me, but he's also just less afraid of pain than I am. I am much more evasive now than I actually was, and back then I was very evasive too. But, yeah, this one time, the guy caught me with my... He didn't catch me with a guard down. I had, like, tried to go for something, and because he had the bigger reach, he just kind of gave me, like, a front kick, but the front kick became, like, a front curb stomp, and he actually hit me hard enough where it was, like, middle of the chest, perfectly pushed back, and you know, like, in the cartoons where their arms and their legs are out? Where they're flying backwards, like, their backs arch them flying? That was me, except just my arms, and he just kicked me right into the door. Luckily, I had a helmet on, because that would have hurt, but he just hit me in the door. I just went straight down to the ground, sat there. My master comes over to me, goes, "You okay?" And I go, "He kicked me really hard." And he goes, "Yeah, that's adult class. Sorry, we go a little bit harder here." And I go, that's understandable. Unfortunately, one of the biggest weaknesses in my karate school was adults didn't know how to pull their kicks and their punches, unlike we were taught as instructors, because they would spar a little bit more aggressively because they were all bigger. And I'm like, yeah, but it's point sparring. You don't have to hit hard. The point is to hit accurately. I get you're like 100 pounds more than me and 7 inches above me, but Jesus Christ, man.
I had that same issue when I was in Taekwondo. You know, I was like 17 years old, something like that, and because I would go to the night classes after school. I was always sparring with the dads of, you know, the dojo, who were like ex-military, ex-marine, you know, 250 pounds of straight muscle, and I'm just like this flabby teenager. I'm just like, dude, I can maybe be as tall as you, but I'm not going to be as strong as you. We don't need to. But I would just get the shit kicked out of me because they, like you said, they don't know how to pull their punches, or they do, and they just choose not to.
It's their release, right?
Right, which is understandable because that was a release for me as well. But on the dummies.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the fighting dummies.
Yeah, on the
that's
on
when
the, on
you
the bags.
released.
Do it on the bags,
Yeah.
not on the people.
Right. So like that was definitely, I definitely walked away with several crotch kicks and like stomped feet and just all sorts of little things like that, because you know I was taking on people who were twice my size and had spent pretty much their entire adult lives being as physically fit and strong as possible.
Did I ever tell you I had to buy special equipment because my kicks were too hard?
I don't think so.
Before I learned how to pull punches and kicks, I've told you before that my master basically gave up on my arm length, and he's like, we're just going to teach you how to kick super well, and you become a one-trick pony, right? I've told you that.
I think so.
The roundhouse kick is my kick. I hope to get back to form with the roundhouse kick. I used to be able to kick metal poles and not get hurt. Okay, not that much. But, yeah, my shins and everything, like, I was really good at the roundhouse kick. To the point where I may or may not have hit a guy at a black belt grading a little too hard through the helmet and, knocked him silly, but...
Slightly concussed him.
Luckily, no concussion, or I would have felt extremely bad. It was just a really good hit. But it was one of those, like, I pulled the kick, but it was such a good flick of the kick that it just, like, he had like, he had no arms, nothing up. It was just one of those, like, it hit perfectly, right?
Yeah.
So no matter how much you pull it back, it's just gonna hit. It's gonna leave a mark. So either way, though, because the normal padding is just, like, this squishy foam, for those who don't know. Fedora and I are both black belts. I'm a 3rd degree black belt in Japanese karate and kung fu. He's a black belt in taekwondo. So when I used to spar, because I was taught to just use kicks, in order for me to do it, I had to be really, really fast and really, really powerful with it, because the easiest thing doing as the kick was drop an elbow or catch your leg, right? But grappling wasn't allowed in point sparring. So mostly it'd just be people dropping elbows, and then I'd be out for the rest of the fight because my foot fucking hurt or my shin was hurting. So that's what adults would do to me. They would just aim for my leg, kind of do like the whole Bucky scene where the guy just like grabs his metal arm and just slices it off. That's what they do with my leg, minus the whole severance thing. It was just like take it out, so not be like, uh-oh, my one trick, it's over. Ref. But there was a time where I was teaching and I was sparring with the younger ones, like, you know, 7 through. We didn't spar super young, like we'd get like the younger ones to spar, and then instructors spar like the 9-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, stuff like that. So I wouldn't be kicking them as much because they were my belt height. So, you know, a kick was just gonna friggin' go over their head and then smack them upside the top of the head, and they're gonna go down.
Right.
But either way, there was this time when they had me starting to spar the teenagers who were about my height or a little bit taller, and I was making so many bruises on these kids through the padding that my master pulled me aside. He showed me the catalog. He said, you see these foot guards? And it was basically, it was the normal foot gear with an extra pad on top of it. And he goes, they're more expensive. You're buying them. And I'm like, yes, sir. I will buy them. Especially since I saw, like, ask my girlfriend. I used to, like, play fight with her or like, you know, give birthday beats. I'm not allowed to give birthday beats. Do you know why I'm not allowed to give birthday beats, Fedora?
I'm afraid to ask.
I'm extremely precise. Once I hit a target, I hit that target every single time. Mostly. I don't know about now, but when I would give birthday beats, you know, most people would like hit all over the arm. Because I was trained to be accurate, I may or may not have given somebody 22 birthday beats with the same 2 knuckles at the same part of their bicep.
Oh.
So afterwards, they rolled their sleeve up, and there's just this giant blue, like, dot, like circle on their arm. Mm-hmm. And I go, there's no way. And they're like, you didn't miss once. And I go, I'm sorry. So,
well, can't use that arm for a week.
Yep, can't use that arm for a week. No more birthday beats from me. I am apparently a gentle giant. What's that? Is that
Except
yours?
neither of those things.
What? I didn't order anything. Why do I have a giant box? Purify certified can cozy? Action figure. What the hell is this? Did somebody wait, my name's on. Oh! This might be the Voodoo Ranger thing I won. I won a package in a beer contest for charity. Yeah, from Visual Pine. He has like these IPAs he supports. Oh, that's cool. That came in from Belgium really quickly. Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, that's good to say on my stream. My chat says happy birthday. I got you, chat. Yeah, cool. I got my Voodoo Ranger package. I don't drink Voodoo Ranger. I didn't even expect to be entered into the giveaway. I'm gonna be dead honest with you. If Pine hears this, I just donated to charity because I wanted to donate to the charity. I didn't expect to be entered and win.
Oh, I just found something I was not thinking I would find.
I just want to find this 12th Pokemon, dude. I just want to leave this room and go to room number 2 and talk for 50 more minutes how apparently I'm aggressively accurate.
Yep.
But yeah, basically, the moral of the story was I was told to buy double padded foot guards, and from there, I just learned how to kick even harder. So, they would see the foot guards.
Noobington.
Yes.
I have a catch for you.
No, you don't. Do you have any of the three I need to hit you with?
No.
Damn it. All right, go.
Thunderous.
Who? Thunderous?
Thunderous.
That is a sink, sir.
Woo!
Well played. I am down to single-digit submarines.
Single digits, baby.
He is living the life, chat. And of course, if you would like to influence this, donations through Extra Life is the way to do it. $5 for a shot. We have the bidwar up, by the way, for which Minish Cap rando follower will be using during our official run. If you'd like to take a look at the 8 wonderful people, including a Goron, Zelda, and a cow, feel free to donate to Extra Life. You also get $10 as games for Donos Day. I added some new Steam games to it. There are 41 games. You can grab one today for $10. Random one, of course.
Woo!
Lots of things for you to achieve and accomplish, all in favor of the children, because I can't say it the normal way anymore.
The little homies.
For the little homies, the wee tots. I like wee tots.
Wee tots.
No French fries today, only wee tots.
That's what I always think of when I hear tots, is the tater.
Yeah, the taters, yeah. I don't know where I got that saying, the wee tots. I mean, I know a lot of people who probably existed at the time when Amish was like the trend, but anyways, chat, how are you? I know we went from education to abortion to martial arts stories. How are you? But let's be honest, how many channels can you go to on Twitch where you're gonna hear these kinds of stories all being proposed by one person or two people, right? Where are you gonna meet a third-degree black belt who makes video games or makes board games on his spare time while being an education savant?
Savant.
Who knows a man... May we? I have been unique from the very beginning. I tell people, they went to sleepovers, I went to karate tournaments. Which as a kid I hated, but now I'm like, you know what? It's not so bad anymore. Maybe it was a good thing. I wasn't like everybody else. I like
a lot. Yeah.
I like that. It sucks for making friends.
But it makes you a more interesting person.
Yeah, but you know what the problem has always been, Fedora? It's how do you let people know that you're that interesting? Because they don't have to agree that you're interesting. But it's like, that was the issue I always had, because my parents always taught me that. They're like, you're unique. People like unique. And I go, yeah, but nobody knows how to relate to a man who made board games off the back of wrapping paper and went to karate tournaments, because everybody else is just talking about the latest show of iCarly. Because I don't watch that, so I can't relate to them because I can't go to their level or to their sector. Not level, to their sector. That's even the issue I have now with streaming. It's like, I don't watch the Pokemon anime. I don't have Pokemon paraphernalia. My chat loves anime and reading, and I despise both. How do you guys like me? Why do you like me? Why are you here? What commonality do we have? Even my girlfriend and I don't have that much in common. Is that the opposites attract thing coming in? Like, we just get along because we don't do the same things together, therefore there are more stories? Does this get better with age? Fedora, you're a loner. Help me. You're misunderstood. Please help me with this.
Oh, I'm definitely that.
I think teaching.
I think one of the things that people, at least from my perspective, that people enjoy
exactly.
is hearing about experiences that they themselves have not experienced. You know, hearing new perspectives, hearing from, you know, a different voice, so to speak. So even if you don't, I mean, there are plenty of people who play Pokemon video games but never touch the anime, never touch the TCG, never touched any other, you know, Pokemon paraphernalia, just played the video games. There are people who probably have only played the TCG, never played the video games, probably never watched the anime. You know, there are people who, any combination of things. You know, there are enough people on this planet that I like Pokemon games and Dark Souls games. Like those things in theory, the Venn diagram of people who enjoy those two interests is probably going to be pretty small, but it's almost certainly greater than just myself. So I think that's what I enjoy when I go looking for other streamers, is just people who have a good mentality, a good presence, a very chill, relaxing presence, but who also might have a different perspective on life. Or on whatever, on any number of topics.
That still doesn't help me understand why people watch me, or people want to get to know me. I'm so weird.
Because you're interesting.
That doesn't make me feel any less of a scientific experiment, Fedora.
No, I mean that's the whole point, though. Not to be a scientific experiment, but that the everybody, you can either be interesting or you can be boring. Most people, I would say most people are interesting. It's just a question of who are you interesting to? Who would think that you are interesting? Clearly the people who watch you think that you are interesting, just like the people who watch me think that I'm interesting.
Is this true, chat? Have you just never said this? Are we just really bad at whispering sweet nothings to each other?
I mean, there are, from my perspective, being a Twitch streamer and viewer for
enjoy your luck, Bowman.
God, like 10 years now. There are 3 basic reasons why anybody would watch someone on Twitch. One is if that person is really good at the game.
Yep.
Whatever game that they're playing, they're really, really good. 2, they're not necessarily good at the game, but they are very interesting to watch, either because they're very active, they're very engaged, or they're just an interesting person who happens to, you know, talk about the things that interest them. And then the third thing would be people just want to watch you mess up. They want to watch you.
Schadenfreude crowd.
Yeah. They want to watch you get curb stomped.
Well, they're doing that right now.
Multiplayer games or things like that. So,
where's Pokemon number 12? It's 12, not 11, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck. Dude, I just want this last Pokemon to show up. I want to see another room. Next room, please. See, Topbox, I have an interesting perspective on that type of opinion. Obviously, I'm never gonna shit on that opinion. The way that I think about it is Pokemon was never directed at older people anyways. Team Rocket is a watered-down mafia. Aqua and Magma are super jokesters for what they actually wanted to do to the environment. Like, Galactic is super incredibly, like, world-ending. Plasma literally wants to run an oligarchy, or like a monarchy that runs a dictatorship. Lysander was ready to nuke the Earth. Rainbow Rocket is ready to time travel to make every apocalypse happen. And Rose was a failed opportunity, but it could have been good. It's just always watered down for children. It's a children's game. It's just what they used.
I mean, I think with the exception of Team Plasma from Black and White 1. I feel like that was the... I mean, it was still presented in a way that children could understand and that parents would not be offended by, but it was still Team Plasma questioning the very nature of
its game. Yeah, it was very meta.
Of its game.
Right. Yeah.
It was super meta.
That's fair. That is fair. Did Mom? Did her cake come yet? Oh. Did you... Oh, it just came? She haven't. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. It was actually like challenging the entire concept of the actual franchise. Gas, good to see you. Epic fail. I bet you're wrong. Everybody thinks that, and then you go from there.
Well, that's the thing I was trying to say that I didn't quite get to, is that everybody is interesting, but a lot of people, I would posit that potentially most people either don't understand what makes them interesting or don't think that what is interesting about them is actually interesting. Like, you can say, you know, I'm a guy who makes board games and plays Pokemon on the internet for an audience, and I have a black belt in Taekwondo, but I'm not that interesting. And I'll be like, shut the hell up. Those are three things that make you completely unique.
Thank you. It was jujitsu as well.
Right, exactly. that just further proves my point. Like, there are so many things about each and every human being on this planet that makes them interesting, whether it's their interests or their history, how they grew up, you know, the people that they know, the relationships that they've had. Like, everything about you is interesting. It's just a matter of who are you interesting to.
What's my opinion on the new Pokemon video games north of Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon? What do you mean north? I don't understand the question. I can tell you right now, Top Box, I find the good in everything. There's no reason for me to shit on a video game unless it's actually garbage. Like the game since Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Yeah, but HOTS can be good. They just don't make it good. They just don't make it good. They could do it.
Well, it's still good enough that we play it regularly and have since it came out like 6 years ago. So
yeah.
For all of the bad mouthing and trash talking we do about it, it's still
we trash talk because we care. You trash talk stuff that you care the most about. I want to see HOTS be a good game. It's just they're so fucking bad at it.
Well, they don't have the resources anymore to really support it, right?
Makes me sad. Hey, can I catch a Samurott and call it Keldeo? They look the same, man. Come on. Actually, they look really similar for both being in a Gen 5 game. Huh. You like Ultra Moon, but people hate on it a lot, although Pokemon Refresh was the worst part for Pokemon Refresh?
It was the Pokemon Ami replacement, where you could still pet the Pokemon, but it was a functional purpose.
Right. To be honest, I think the reason why most people hated on it is the same reason why I hate on Gen 4. Mechanically, it sucks, right? Like, the issue is It's slow, it's clunky. The amount of tutorials and like take 2 steps, see 3 cutscenes was a little ridiculous in Gen 7. I don't think people and people started getting picky on the designs. The idea of alternate forms rubbed people the wrong way. If you look at the general consensus, people want to go back to Gen 2 and 3 where they're just 8 gyms, bunch of cool new Pokemon that were feeling fresh, but no one realized not even. They just want to play the same game.
Right. They want to play they want the pure nostalgia injection of Gen 1.
And for $30, they don't want to pay $80 for that.
Like, Pokemon fans are probably I'm not talking about anybody present. I'm just talking like on a general like internet rabid fandom level.
Oh, we say that all the time on this channel. No one's going to be offended here.
So entitled.
Yes.
So whiny.
What is the there we go.
Hashtag bring back national decks was
dude, that was like, can I just say it the way it was? Hashtag bring back national decks was the fucking mega of Pokemon.
Yeah.
It was literally like the worst thing that could have happened to the Pokemon community.
Make Pokemans great again.
Yeah, like fucking the Dexit was the worst, not the worst idea. I didn't mind it from a competitive and a standard play level and understanding how the business and the DLC was going to work. But literally the fact that people found that out drove them to be so ruthlessly aggressive and moronic that it was like disgusting. But
well, it went beyond just disagreeing with how the games to flat out like trolling
threats to developers, for fuck's sake.
Masuda.
Come on.
like trash talking the head developer on just random innocuous Twitter posts.
The trees look like Gen 6.
It's my hey, it's my birthday, I'm celebrating, and people are going like, oh my god, you suck, fix the trees, bring back national decks, die in a fire.
Like they look like 3DS.
I have another catch for you.
Yes, sir.
Azumarill.
Fuck. It's a hit.
Woo, but not a sink.
Not a sink.
All right, I need to go find Comfy.
They don't. Oh, do you want me to keep updating the ships here, so you know what sizes?
I mean, I can probably count. I don't remember how many of each we have, but
I'll do it anyways. Here. But yeah, my opinion on it, very simply put, Top Box, is every game has tried something new and has never disappointed me to an extent where I'd be upset. The only thing that really upsets me is like mechanics or like the speed of the game, right? Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, too many cutscenes. Gen 4, the XP and the HP and the animations, they could have been so cool, but the system was so slow, it just really ruined it for me. But in terms of the trials, holy crap, that was so cool. I love that idea. It felt so different. And it still was a gym-based system. It's just people got annoyed, like, oh, why do I have to catch a bunch of Pokemon? I'm sorry, do you remember Lieutenant Surge's gym? Like, do you remember Gardenia's gym in Platinum? Like the shit where you just waited 10 minutes for a clock to turn? How is that any different from you fighting 3 wild Pokemon to get yourself into a trial? Like, people have such big nostalgia glasses on, they ignore how awesome Gen 7 and 8 made things look in terms of like different ideas. Like Gen 8, the concept of a tournament, like actually playing in the Pokemon League, not just it being a goal that every kid strives for. No, it was like you got endorsed. You were in a tournament. Everybody was actually rooting for you. It wasn't these Giga Chad gym leaders being like, fuck you, you can't beat me. I have a level 20. Like everybody was literally going, we're going to see if you can become champion. Like, that's so fresh. It's such a fresh and novel idea to just turn it into a giant spectacle instead of this, like, this essentially dick show that you had to beat up 8 people who were just better than you. Like, I love that concept.
Well, and I think it's showing in a lot of ways that a lot of these decades old franchises are getting significant reworks.
Yes, and
they're getting new things that are making, like Breath of the Wild. One of the reasons why Breath of the Wild was considered so freaking good is not just because it was a good open world game, but because it took a lot of the standard Zelda gimmicks and completely turned them around.
Yeah.
You know, the Zelda games for 30 years were all about, like, you start out in this area and you go from dungeon 1 to dungeon 2 to dungeon 3 and you get a new item in the middle of the dungeon that will, you know, change how you operate through the rest of the dungeon. And there's always a boss that uses that item as their weak point, and it's just like, that's how it was. And then you had Link Between Worlds, first of all, that was like, you know what, we're just going to give all of your items, you can just rent them and go in any order.
Yeah, I like that, though. That was cool.
And then, right, that was cool. And then Breath of the Wild was like, you know what, we're just going to give you all the items you actually need in the first 2 hours of the game, and then everything else you can just go in whatever order you want. You want to take on Ganon in the first 20 minutes? Go for it.
Yep. Like, the nice thing, too, is Top Box with these newer games. I haven't said anything. I'm just referring back to your question. Also, I will talk to you, Epic Fail. Noble, good to see you, man. I'll give you my opinions on the reworks. Yes. But the thing about it, too, is Pokemon has the ability to experiment now, right? They have the unique advantage where they've been around for 25 years. If they did the same 8 gym thing, people are going to complain one way or the other. So they're just embracing it and saying, well, nobody's going to like the way we're changing it or keeping it the same. So let's just find what we like and what works, and we'll turn Gen 8 or like Gen 7 into a gen... Like, you notice that Breath of the Wild 2 said we're going to kind of return to the dungeon things, bringing some nice things available for Breath of the Wild 1. And Gen 8 was the same thing where it's like, we know people like the gym concepts. What if we turn the gyms kind of into a trial to an extent? And all of a sudden now, like, these gyms are interactive. They're interesting. Like, the whole concept of the spectacle of the sport. Like, people don't realize there are testing phases, right? They're getting funky with it. Look at Mario Rabbids. Who the fuck would imagine they would take an XCOM-style game and just skin it to be Mario? Mario's a platformer. Mario's an RPG. Mario's not an XCOM, but now it is.
I mean, Mario's been a baseball player. He's been a golf player. He's been everything.
It's
and
like,
they're making a sequel.
And they're making a
freaking sequel.
And, like, people don't realize Pokemon and Zelda could do the same thing. Yeah, I didn't like weapon degradation either. It's the same thing as Animal Crossing. Like, people love the reboot for Animal Crossing with the construction of the island and you being more of, like, this manager. You're no longer the mayor. You're not a villager. You're just, like... You're the whole package. You're a village. You're selling a tourist site, but you still live like it's normal Animal Crossing. It's genius. Yeah, the degradation sucks just like in just like in Breath of the Wild. But my argument is simply they didn't figure out the right way to do it, right? But imagine Breath of the Wild 2, because what's the one thing you need with degradation? An ability to craft, right? And if you think about it, Link had cooking. It didn't have that much crafting. Not that much. Just the ancient stuff. But, like, you couldn't take a Lizalfos fang and strap it to the end of a stick and make, like, a weird scythe weapon. Like, what if Breath of the Wild 2 just whips out a comprehensive crafting system, and now weapon degradation is just like, well, have fun discovering 900 different ways to murder things. How to kill a bokoblin in 101 ways. Like...
And I was seeing...
That'd be cool. I'd be okay with it.
Some theory observation about the video they showed off for Breath of the Wild 2 that was talking about how, like, you see at different points of the video how like Link is holding the torch in one video or one shot, and then Zelda's holding a torch in another shot. But then there's another shot where Zelda is falling but she's not holding a torch, and people are like, well, what if you get to choose who holds the torch and that's the character you play as, and you have to go rescue the other person and suddenly Zelda is a playable character.
Yep.
Like, people have been wanting that for 30 years, and it's never happened outside of, you know, like
a CDI game.
Hyrule, the CDI game, or what is it, Hyrule Legends?
Hyrule Warriors?
Hyrule Warriors, thank you.
Yeah, Link is, because if you think about it too, this is the current timeline for Breath of the Wild. So he's, I mean, in terms of classic, in terms of mainstream, no, it wouldn't. Even though it gives apparently plot to the origins of Breath of the Wild, like where you basically, like, it's the prequel to Breath of the Wild. But based on the way it is, Zelda was protected by Link. He was the guardian, but she's a trained warrior herself.
Right.
So she can be a hero. In fact, she has always been the hero. You're the tool to keep her safe so that she can unleash her giant inner beam that liquefies Ganon's skull, right? If you think about it, you never actually, like, even think back to Ocarina of Time. What kills Ganon? Is it your sword? Or is it the fact that she literally weakened him with the light so you could just stab him? Right? Like, you did the finishing blow, but she did the work. Right?
Across most of the games, if I recall correctly, it's the combination of Link and Zelda.
Except for Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
Where she is a non-factor, because that's your kind of like
journey. Yeah, the games that involve Ganon.
Yeah.
Especially.
Yeah, that's true. There's no Ganon in that.
The two of them have to work together. Like, Zelda 2 didn't have Ganon in as far as like a character that you fight.
Yeah.
The final boss, I think, was like Dark Link, if I recall correctly.
In Zelda 2, yes, it was yourself.
Yeah, yes.
Which
Zelda
was
3,
kind of genius in a sense, but
yeah. I mean, I remember being so freaked out as a kid playing Zelda 2 and finally getting through the Golden Temple, this big giant maze, having to write out my own map to get through it, and then at the very end fighting Dark Link, fighting this shadow of yourself, and like, oh my god. Like, this is incredible.
And that's fair. I think you'll enjoy it, Top Box. I know the number one complaint is having to manage your inventory and weapon degradation, but the game itself is a masterpiece, right?
Have another catch.
Okay.
Comfy.
Sink.
Woo!
He's doing it.
I'm doing it. We're bringing it back.
There's no surprises here because I have no choice. I can't find these fucking Pokemon. I have discovered 22 unique Pokemon. I still haven't found 12 in one room yet. I found 11 in 2 rooms. But yeah, to quickly catch up with chat. Epic fail? It doesn't matter. Because just because you didn't go out when everyone else did, it's the same thing like when I used to feel bad about not going to sleepovers. It's like, you know what though? There are people who are the same as me, and it doesn't make me a better person by being able to do the same thing everybody else does.
No.
Because I had my own things. It's just I didn't know or find the people who could share in the way that I think. And, you know, depending on the life that you lived, I usually lived a life where a lot of people would judge me for my decisions, even though it wouldn't be harming anybody, right? But it doesn't make you not a cool person. Everybody has their own unique talents. And once you begin to accept that, it becomes very... shit. I went the wrong way. Oh well. Once you begin to love your own talents, you don't need to make money off of it. Don't take that the wrong way. But once you begin to learn your own talents, you begin to understand that all the people who judged you based on the worth of how they liked you, you begin to understand those people are the most shallow.
Yeah. Do things because you enjoy them. Don't do them because you're good at them. Don't do things with the hopes of being good at them. Do things because they sound fun.
And if you like them, don't care if other people don't like them. Somebody does.
Exactly.
You may never meet them, but you know the
how
solace.
many people have I run into that you know, were like, oh yeah, Pokemon's a kid's game, and I believed that for
Rainbow
a long time.
Rocket would like to have a word with you. Rainbow Rocket and Getsus would like to have a word with you.
That was one of the things that caused me to, you know, drop Pokemon between, you know, Gen 2 and the end of Gen 3 was, you know, I played the first games and loved them, and then I was like, you know what, this is kind of kiddie now. And then, you know, in senior year of high school, I had a friend who was like, actually, no, this is pretty deep. You should check out like these, you know, IVs and EVs and you know, competitive breeding, and I'm like, holy shit, this game is amazing again.
Noble, my opinions on the Advance Wars reboot camp. Okay.
Hell yes.
Yeah, I've taken some time on this, all right? Yes, absolutely yes. But if it's the exact same, like literally the exact same, which it's not in one aspect, which might just seal the deal for me. If it's the exact same way that you have to grind to unlock stuff, then it's, in my opinion, not worth the reskin, despite the fact that the reskin is super pretty. But the one thing that is super neat is the online map sharing. That is going to be the only reason you pick that game up if you have played Advance Wars in the past. I have never played the first one. I played Black Hole Rising. I couldn't beat the campaign. It was too tough for my tiny brain. But I super enjoyed playing with friends, and I super mega enjoy building maps. If you don't know me by now, I like playing games that build maps. So, because I literally like building stuff. That's why I play I Want a Maker. That's why I play Monolith. That's why I wanted to play Mario Maker, but I suck at Mario, so I'll never be able to publish a single map. But Advance Wars, I loved, and Wargroove, I loved designing maps, and I loved the combat in that. It was a very balanced experience, where it's like everything was broken, so nothing's broken. Right? There were strategies that were stupid, turtling OP all the time. Grit can literally eat his own gun. Eagle can actually fly a kite. Sturm sucked for being a final boss. But I'm really excited for it. Sounds like Fedora's picking it up. I know Taco 2 next door will be picking it up as well.
I didn't get into the Advance Wars series until the DS game, or the DS games,
Dual Strike? Dual
Strike, and then Days of Ruin.
Oh my god, dude, Days of Ruin was spectacular.
It was so good. I mean, people kind of poo-pooed it at the time because it was like, oh no, grittiness.
Tools. They didn't understand how beautiful that storyline was.
It was really good, and I liked a lot of the characters. I liked, you know, at that time I was you know, becoming an adult, so I was kind of liking the more mature art style, story style.
And that was post all the other Advance Wars, right? Like that was post-apocalyptic.
It was post-apocalyptic. I don't think it was based in the same.
It's the same world, but not the same. Is it not the same universe? I thought it was like after the wars.
I don't think they make any references to the previous games.
Is it? Was it? I feel like I could be completely wrong, but the way that I understood it at the time was this was as if Black Hole never rose, because it's always about Black Hole, right? Mm-hmm. But it was like if Black Hole never rose, or was it the prequel? Like if the nations never came together and they were all fighting. That's the way I always kind of saw it. But if it's a different universe, it's a different universe. But the way I always like to think of it was like the nations never combined. They just went to an all-out war, and you're literally fighting through a Fallout-style universe where you have an evil scientist that is literally creating these bioweapons, which was like really early because now everything's about bioweapons. They were really ahead of the times with Days of Ruin. Literally, dude's like, yeah, I'm gonna use a crystal and create these plant monsters that are gonna be stronger than any weapon you can procure. And then you have like these bandits under whatever his name was, meat grinder or whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah.
Like, I like the whole concept of it. I wish that game was way longer because that game was stellar. Again, the campaigns are too tough for me, but I love playing them.
I want those games. I mean, to be remastered. I would love to see after you know, Advance Wars 1 and 2 on the Switch. I would love to see the DS one and the two DS games remastered for the Switch somehow. That might be a little bit more difficult because both of them kind of played off of the dual screen setup.
Yeah. They could all be played with dual screen setups. It just didn't need it. It was like map on one screen.
Right.
It's not needed. I mean, the first two are not bad. Days of Ruin doesn't need a dual screen. It just made information easier to see. But it doesn't mean you can't pull it off.
Well, I think that's true of all the Advance Wars games, is that like they don't need the second screen.
Yes.
In a lot of cases. A lot of it was just for like scale purposes in a lot of ways. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've been wanting more Advance Wars for ages and ages. So
yeah, Advance Wars is great.
I'm definitely going to pick that up. I'm definitely going to play through that as much as I can.
Yeah.
You know, I bought Wargroove on day one, but I never actually finished it because it didn't quite hit the same way.
That was me too. It felt too overly balanced. As stupid as that sounds, like it felt too specific. And the same thing with Advance Wars campaigns. It just got to a point where they put you in these really shitty puzzle situations, and I'm like, dude, I just want to build armies and smash shit. I don't want to figure out, do I move this bomber to this specific location to then take this out so I could do, like, I didn't like that in future, like in the harder, I mean, that's just me.
Yeah.
But I didn't like having to min-max that hard on the maps because I already did that building armies from the beginning. But like having to control 3 codes to bait down one, I was like, oh my god, my head hurts. There's just too much to manage and focus on. I just want to fight and just smash into each other and have, like, I wanted more gimmicks like they had with the cannons and the crystals like they had in Days of Ruin, where it's like, wow, this actually changes the game to play around it. So there's still an element of min-maxing, but not this whole, like, your units start here, have fun. And it's like, okay, now I need to know if this beats this. I have to trial and error to find my way through the fog of war. Give me something a little bit less. Like, I like tactics, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it gets a little out of hand with how much they can do because the game can be built in such a way, right?
Well, and
it changes day to day.
Tactics games historically, even from like Final Fantasy Tactics and what was it, like Ogre Battle, I think way back when, most of them have shared the same trait of having an extremely complicated battle system, an extremely deep battle system, but one that is not like easy to get into.
Yeah.
Advance Wars, I think, kind of bucked that trend, and to a certain extent Fire Emblem did as well, until it kind of
went back,
overbloated itself in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But even those games are like, after you get down the basics, okay, well now we're gonna throw even more stuff at you, and this is going to just sort of make your head hurt.
Yeah. Like, they just complicate the basics, which is fine, again, because that's the natural difficulty of tactics, is put yourself in chess-like situations. But in a game like Advance Wars, it's like, yes, but also there were some maps where I just sat there going, dude, I don't give a fuck. Maybe I do now, but as a teenager, I was like, I don't give a shit if I have 3 units in the bottom left corner. I just want to run at them, set up a line, and try to figure out how to build an army rather than be given an army. I always hated when I was given an army, because that was more chess-like than me constructing it and figuring out my resources. I didn't like having a finite army. That stuff made me really upset. But I mean, it's a skill. I just wasn't good at it. But it still didn't make me want to finish it.
Personal preference.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the same thing was true for like the StarCraft, Warcraft games. Like, they had those same missions as well. It's like, okay, you have this many units of, you know, these different types, and that's all you get. And your job is to get from point A to point B at the other end of the map without losing all of your units. And I hated those missions because
Age of Empires.
I'm the same way. When I play a game like that,
you want to build it.
When I play a game like that, I want to build bases. I want to build giant bases and have more units than I know what to do with, and just face roll over people.
And
but that's not the strategy. Even in multiplayer, that's not the strategy. The strategy is to
Zerg.
Constantly have these small battles with these scrappy little teams.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, no, I want my carriers, goddammit. I want to build an army of carriers and just sweep the map.
Which is, I mean, I don't mind the meta in PvP because you can't get away from that in Tactics. Tactics has always been blitz or range, right? You just can't change the algorithm. It's impossible. We're too smart. Everyone's too smart. You don't pick a fight on somebody who has a bigger weapon than you, and you don't go in alone. Right? So either you find the little angle where you send a little sneaky guy who takes out a bunch of your resources. You always attack resources, because once you attack resources, you attack the game. Like, you can't control that. But the cool thing about Advance Wars was attacking the resources meant you could protect it, and it could still do... you could still do really neat things with the amount of money you had and still find your things because of the codes, right? Similar to Warcraft, where you had, like, these heroes that could give you some examples. Holy cow, Twitch... Dage, it's been a while, man. What's going on? I don't play Smash anymore. I used to. I still have it. If people wanted to play Smash, I would. We're talking about Advance Wars right now. But yeah, like, Noble's actually right. It was meteors that caused the apocalypse, so it could be post-Black Hole. It very well could be. They never make any mention to it.
I don't think they mentioned it.
They left it open-ended, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But the people in those games too had incredible amounts of character, right?
Yeah.
Advance Wars, they had incredible amounts of difference, but not character, right? It's kind of like it's kind of like in Golden Sun. Golden Sun 1, Isaac, Garrett, they're all kind of the same, Mia and Ivan. Golden Sun 2, okay. You got Felix, who's feeling disastrous about what he did and how he's turned his back on his friends. Jenna's worried about her brother. Sheba is literally a means to an end for Saturn. Like, they all had character. Days of Ruin, each of them literally had a reason for them to live. Because they didn't. It was post-apocalyptic. Right. Like, they actually felt like the dude in the fedora, Jarvis, I think, or Jarvan. Like
Forsyth, I think his name was.
Forsyth, thank you. I'm thinking of someone else. Yeah, Forsyth. That dude's lore is so fucking deep, and it's so like, you literally sit there going, yes, it's tropey post-apocalyptic leader dude, but the fact that he's trying to accrue an army because his army failed, like, he's literally coming off with like this, we lost but I still think we can win, and he's pulling together a bunch of people with different skills. And then, you know, you have that the meathead army there, like the bandits trying to ruin you. And then Calder, who's literally sitting there going like, yeah, the only way we're gonna survive in the apocalypse is literally to win the apocalypse. So I'm gonna set up a bioweapon that can cause a second apocalypse in a world that has no resources already. How do you destroy a world when it's already destroyed? I found a way, right? Like, he's literally looking for the way that anybody would try and win in a post-apocalyptic world is you just become the strongest, right? So it's just like, it was like, wow, they actually feel, each of them have a goal that you're worried about. You know, they got like Tabitha and Rose, who are just kind of like his daughters or his puppets or stuff. I don't remember what exactly they were, but they were kind of like the daughters, and kind of looked up to him, kind of like with Bane and his daughter there. But like, it was that game felt so good. And yeah, maybe I'm more into gritty stories. I'm not necessarily always into gritty stories. I like it when they go that deep, but the character development in that game was spectacular.
Yeah.
Advance Wars 1 and 2 were more like,
they were more like interesting characters from their character design.
Yes, exactly. And
like,
they
all
had
of their characters came out of their character design. You could look at a character and pretty much know what their special thing was going to be.
Also,
but that was it.
I also love the idea of leveling up weapons, like leveling up your units, and how your Ko's were jumped into a thing where they actually went out into the battlefield and fought. They weren't just moving things. They were out there fighting. You could destroy the Ko's, but they get a super boost. Because that's what made Forsyth cool, right?
Yes, because he has like massive passive. Yeah,
he didn't have any active, but his passive was, everybody around me gets stronger. And it's just like...
Yeah, he was my favorite CEO, not just because of the fedora, but because of the story.
No, he looked cool. He looked cool.
He looked cool, and his play style was really good as well.
He somehow figured out a way to pull off like 60s detective as a post-apocalyptic 60s detective. It was really neat. Literally, Tim, it was that. Calder's like, you think that's an apocalypse? Wait till I show you what an apocalypse is. That was Calder. I'm sure it's not that, but it's the way it feels like. The dude's creating a bioweapon to take over the world, which is just a bunch of plant-like beings that were adaptive to weaponry. So it's just like, yeah, that's kind of fucking. I think the black crystal was also to control. Was it the plants or people, or eventually both?
I think it. Well, I think it was.
It was mainly the plants.
It was the plants, but that his goal was to turn all of the people into plants,
right?
So that he could control everybody.
Good old Memnarch treatment for those who know MTG. The world would be more perfect if they were all constructs.
If everybody would just do as I tell them to, without exception.
Yes. Then I win the apocalypse.
Right.
But yeah, my hope, Sinoble, if they do balancing to Ko's, I hope they balance Sammy and Eagle, because those playstyles are toxic as all shit. But it's not based on the thing that I saw, they're the same. So, yes, building maps be fun, playing against people be fun. Maybe some balancing would be nice, but I don't think they're gonna do much.
They're going to do what they can to preserve how the games work, just like we were talking about with Pokemon. like for as many things as they're doing to try something new and different now with like Legends Arceus and this kind of open world sort of thing, they're also at the same time saying, yeah, we recognize that people just want to have the same old games. They want to have that nostalgia trip. So we're just going to make a, you know, just a graphical remake of Gen 4 because that's what's expected.
Yes.
That's what people want. So we're not even going to try to like revamp it. We're not going to try to like re-envision what Sinnoh looks like, what Sinnoh means. We're not going to try to have like a future story. No, we're just literally going to have Gen 4 on the Switch.
Maybe. I hope they do flesh out the Palkia dialogue a little more because that was the whole. It felt very peppered in there and not until Platinum, where you go into distortion mode for a total of 5 minutes. I hope they build that out.
I am hoping at the very least that they include the Platinum. The Platinum editions, because I never actually got to experience those.
I hope so too. I mean, they can't.
But they did show off, I think, the distortion world. In one of the trailers.
It showed them opening it, so I'm hoping.
Yeah, maybe we can get that. Maybe we can get that Arceus story event that never got released in the United States.
That'd be nice. Which one was Hachi again? His stuff costed cheaper, because isn't that just he's a better Colin to an extent, right? And if I go up, it's a big old notebook, huh?
Big old Noperino.
I have to go down here. Yeah.
I am going to step away just really quick. It occurred to me, I was just take like a quick 2-minute break. I just want to grab my water.
I'm gonna grab a birthday donut.
Oh, okay.
Save the game. Save the game.
Save the game.
Save the map. I'm trying to remember. Sturm wasn't that strong, though. Sturm really wasn't that good. I think he had a 10% bonus to all units, attack and defense-wise, and his ability really wasn't that strong. Like, 1 or 2 well, no, wait, sorry. No, he nuked a 3x3 and did 3 damage, I think. From my understanding of, like, better Advanced Wars players when I used to read, like, balancing and stuff like that, people said Sturm just took too long. I don't mind Sturm at his level, because what he accomplishes is decent at best. People like Eagle and Sammy can end an entire game themselves.
This is really making me want to go back and just play Dual Strike right now.
He's really high on the tier list?
I had like a handful of CEOs that were like, I really liked them, and then the other ones were just like, meh.
I mean, like, you couldn't use Drake when it wasn't a Mavel map, unless you wanted to dumpster their fuel, but even then you just ran APCs.
Right.
Was he really is he that high level? Really? I'm gonna have to look at this. Oh fuck, now it's an advanced storage stream, guy. Once I get my donut, I'll be right back. Thanks.
Like, I don't think we can play that online anymore, can we?
Yes, you can. Snowbear showed me a very manual way you can play it online. It's called AW Online. Really? Yeah. It's super manual, no animation, stuff like that, but you can play it through a browser.
It's like a showdown. Yeah. Showdown for AW, okay.
List of COs. List of Collins?
Alright, well, I'm gonna step away.
Yeah, go for it. Like, look, I consider myself good at the game. I don't consider myself the top tier of the game. There's no way I would be that good.
You know what we should do at some point?
Uh-huh.
We should play through that co-op story for Wargroove.
Oh, yeah, I never got to play that.
I never did either. Might be something to think about.
He had both. I think he had a 10% attack and defense bonus. Did Sturm do that much damage in the 3x3? Did he actually? We're gonna look at it. We're gonna look it up. Don't worry. I'll be right back.
Same.
Thank you much for watching. Remember, this is an extra life stream. If you'd like to donate to charity, if you like this, keep it going. He had no terrain penalties, but no terrain bonuses. Was he actually that fucking strong? I don't remember. Maybe my friend and I didn't quite understand how strong he was then. I really don't recognize that. Okay, be right back. We'll keep talking about this and exploring this later. I think we did do this like a couple years ago where we explored Advanced Wars stuff. We're gonna do it again. See you soon. Oh, Colin's broken. Screw Colin. Okay, we're back. Okay, so Andy didn't get much. He got the defense and he got the defense and offense boost plus the healing. That was balanced. Max was very much about the melee units, like the tanks. He was okay because he'd be good like early mid game when you're building like the basic tanks and the recons. It's just the problem was range is so important, right? You wanted units that had good range damage as well as melee damage. So he didn't have that. Sammy's stupid because of her second one, where she could literally just take over anything. So if you played that kind of rush style and just got to the base, I hated that. It was too easy, right? Like, you always wanted to, quote-unquote, keep an enemy on there, but once you're there, you just ended a turn early. But probably by the time you get there, it's over. But in Fog of War, it could become problematic. Very skilled Advance Wars 2 player letting their significant other who had never played the game before pick Sturm. Well, let's see. Maybe I am forgetting what Sturm did. I love how his name is Hellbooze. Alright. Is this Advance Wars 2? Yeah, Advance Wars 2. I never played the first one, which has like Shadow Andy. Or Cloned Andy. Oh, apparently he's the same. Hawk was the sucky one. Hawk sucked. I didn't like Hawk. He's the one I'm thinking of, maybe not Sturm. Hawk kind of blew because he's like, oh, 1 damage to everybody or 2 damage to everybody, but it took forever to do. He was good for number fixing, but I think he just took too long. I don't think he got anything special, like a 5-10% damage bonus, maybe. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so he wasn't actually... So he was a defensive guy. His stats were 81-20, so 20% defense bonus, 20% damage reduction. In the campaign, they flip it. Right, no terrain. Yep.
Alrighty. We figuring out why Stern was so badass?
Yeah, so I was confusing Storm with Hawk. So Sturm is a defensive character. In the campaign mode, he had 30% damage bonus, but 20% less defense. But in versus mode, he has 20% less firepower, but 20% more defense. So his a defensive play.
Interesting.
On everything, which made the ranged meta very good. And not affected by terrain. Because with stealth, that'd be really, really powerful.
Yeah.
And T-Copters with infantry on the first day of versus mode, while other codes usually don't. Yeah. They knew how to cheese. But basically, his Meteor Strike, he only had 1 co, but it was enemies in a 3x3 location would take 8 damage. It wasn't 3. I was thinking of the missiles you launch. But basically, he would drop 8 damage, minimum to 1, and all of his unit stats would go 50% increased damage, so 70% increased overall damage, and 30% less defense. So basically... Oh, I'm sorry. The playable version is weaker. You deal 4 damage, and his unit stats still go up by 10%. Like, it becomes more defensive. It goes 10% more increased attack and 24% more defense. But the whole point is, because he can scout so well in Fog of War, and his units have natural more defense, your trading ability is better. Especially with range, right? Because all you have to do is trade them, because you don't trade when they're dead. So as long as you hide good range and you build a nice defensive phalanx, they essentially can't break through. That's what makes them really, really good. Let's see, I think... In Advance... Oh, that was Advance Wars 1. In Advance Wars 2... Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Suddenly it makes more sense.
Advanced Wars 1, he had a weakness. In Advanced Wars 2, he just has 20% increased attack and defense. And they can still go across all terrain, except when it's snowing. That's the nerf. Oh no. His weakness is Olaf. Is that why my guide taught me to use Olaf in his final fight?
Probably.
Interesting. I'm not a fan of ketchup. So if you want them, you can take them. Yeah. Okay, so he just has straight attack and defense bonuses, and he maintains the superpower, but it boosts the offense to 140% and defense to 150%, and does 8 damage within a diamond radius of 3 squares. Oh my god!
Yeah, that seems a little bit overpowered.
Okay, I don't remember that. So that basically gives him 12 squares because the 3x3 that it diamonds up into 2 triangles at top and bottom. Yeah, okay. Now I understand why he's top tier. I was thinking of Hawk, who doesn't really get much going. And yes, strongly resembles a Sniffit from Mario series, so he's clearly OP.
Clearly.
I mean, Sturm just sits to be better than you. Let's see what Hachi had. I'm starting the timer. I'm guessing you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, go. Oops. Go. Go?
Go.
Timer?
Timer said, you know what? I'm done.
Okay, that was weird.
38 hours is enough.
You know what it was, Noble? Because Nell is about critical hits. She's kind of like Flak, but without the damage decrease. Her whole thing is basically she critically hits. That's what I was gonna say. Nell, I wouldn't nerf. I don't know enough about Nell. I never really got to play her. As a kid, I played a lot of just the versus mode. I never got to unlocking stuff because I wasn't good at it. Right? Like my friend next door, he unlocked everything, but I wasn't very good at it. But to my understanding, Nell was all about critical hits, and her ults or her co-powers just increase the critical chances of things. Which, in my mind, is like, whenever it's based on chance, even though the chance was like 40% or felt like 40, 50%, it's still like, how do you balance out a risk? Especially when it's your co-power and you're building towards it, right? The only thing you could balance is how much damage she deals in exchange for chances. But at that point, they just become like Flak, but Orange Star. You know what I mean? Because Flak was the dude who, like, he would ult and he would just increase the minimum and maximum damage he could deal. Cool concept.
What's up, Soul?
What's that? Oh. Soul!
Grandmaster Soul just jumped in, said hi.
But that's why Noble's, because it's easy to sleep on somebody who's all basically based on crits. But I like playing characters like Flak, because I played my friend at once, and it caught him off guard because I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to literally roll the dice. I actually designed kind of a character in my co-op game around that, where it's like, you want to play a guy who can literally fuck it up or get really good? Here you go. RNG incarnate, but not boring. Yes, it also increases the damage, but again, there are just characters like Sturm who just do that without needing a co-power, and also number fix, or damage fix, as I call it. It's a safer Flak, but there are just characters that do better, right? In my head, anyways. I am not an authority on Advanced Wars. I just played it for thousands of hours, but I never got good at it.
It's a lot of it is about playstyle. Some people really like the
and PvP with really good
gamble.
People, right? Yeah.
Right. Some people really like the gamble of crits.
Ask anybody, when you go into PvP, you don't play the Wheel of Fortune deck. You don't. Or what's that name? Warped World? You don't play Warped World in MTG unless you actually have testicles the size of Uranus, right? Like, you need to be walking around with some big balls to play heavy RNG decks. Same thing with any other PvP game.
So,
unless
Soul,
you're memeing.
We are playing a, what is it, 802?
Yes.
Fire Red?
Yes.
Randomized. So any Pokemon within the first 7 generations exists within Fire Red here, and can be found pretty much anywhere. So I'm fishing here. I'm fishing for something very specific. I'm not finding it, but now we're finding, like, fishing up a Braixen, fishing up an Avalug. Because the fishing, pretty much every location you go to has like 12 encounter slots.
In the grass or cave, yes.
In the grass or cave. Well, it's like, I thought it was 12 in swimming as well.
No, 5 in surf. I posted it in our thing. So it's 12 on surf, 12 on land, 5 on surf, 2 on the old rod, 3 on the good rod, 5 on the super rod, 5 in rock smash.
No, it was 2, 4, and 6.
No, it's 2, 3, and 5.
That math doesn't add up because it's 12 encounter slots on.
In the grass. In the grass.
No, in the fishing rods.
No, fishing rods was 10 in total. We looked it up, remember?
I thought it was 12.
No, it's 2, 3, 5.
Okay.
And then 5 in rock smash. Either way.
Nobody cares about rock smash though.
Fuck rock smash. I hope my Pokemon are in rock smash.
Well, that would be entertaining if it was like a 1% chance in rock smash. Like, I mean, okay, well, GG.
That's what I was looking at for Xurkitree. Thank God somebody donated and nailed the Xurkitree, because that's probably what it was. I kind of want to go back and look it up after, see if it was in rock smash. Because you had to go in and out of Mount Ember non-stop to get the rocks up. Yeah, we don't talk about Colin in this channel. Colin was what my friend used to use a lot. Colin was busted stupid OP. Oh, we'll just reduce his damage that he deals, but make it so you can buy a medium tank with 4,000 resources.
Nice, Soul.
Fucking broken piece of shit, kid. And then there's Kanbei, where you're like, yeah, my infantry is as strong as your tank. Wanna do this again? Just use mech units non-stop. Oh my god, the mech spam I used to do against my friend. Because it's like, yeah, I'm paying for a mini tank that you cannot hurt. It's beautiful. Costs more, doesn't matter. Well, her name was Catherine, not Nell. Also, her name was Domino instead of Sammy. Drake's name was Mop? What the hell? Grit's name was Billy. And Olaf's name was Whip. The only real names are from Yellow Comet, like the cool names, like Kikuchiyo and Asuka.
Well, that's because that was the country that was supposed to be, you know, Asian in.
Yes. Yeah, that's fair. Blue was America. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Fedora. Wait, no, you mean Green Earth, baby?
I would still be blue.
Would it be Blue Moon for Americas?
I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head. I want to say red was the standard.
Really?
America one, but I could be mistaken.
I mean, Blue Moon was definitely more rural, right? But no, you had like the gung ho kid, the gun expert, and this dude who loved winter. So maybe that's supposed to be Russia? That's supposed to be like Russia, maybe?
Or Canada.
We do have some picks around here. Yeah. If you go north, yeah.
Did you see Soul the Pokemon Unite?
Yes.
Trailer the other day?
Yes.
Super excited about that.
We're playing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're streaming that shit. We're going.
Absolutely.
You know what? You
wouldn't
be wrong,
give
Noble.
us a specific date.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, yeah, sometime in July.
Around that time, when we feel like we've released it, go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tencent. I
definitely want to play it, though.
Yeah, I have to keep convincing myself not to be upset about Tencent because they already took my stuff from League of Legends, so how much more can they take? Yeah,
yep, they completely own Riot. They own, like,
I thought it was 40%
a majority stake in Epic, so if you play Fortnite like I've started doing it, your money goes to that.
I am still resisting Epic Games.
Well, that's good for you.
Yep, that's me. There you go. Yeah, Bloomin' was USA. Also, yes, Neo tanks are not the best. Even though, because the problem is they were so expensive to wind up, you'd just be better at getting like artillery, if I remember, was very meta. Very cost effective, good enough at range, setting up a defensive phalanx.
Artillery was definitely...
I never used them, but I began to love, like, understanding how strong they get, because I love rockets. I'm like, ooh, the more expensive means better. No.
Yeah.
No, because the game doesn't make sense. But yeah, medium tank was as far as you went. Neo tanks were not cost effective unless you were crushing. Ha, joke's on them. My soul doesn't have a soul.
Huh.
Take that. Yeah, I don't remember what Hatchie used to do. What did Hatchie do? Okay, Hatchie. He did something with money. Because he was the 10% discounts on all units, yep. Creates a ground unit. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Right. He would reduce costs in half.
Suddenly those Neo tanks are a lot more effective.
Yeah, and then like merchant unit was he would get a ground unit from any city under Hatchie's control. And then he would also get the discount. Right. Oh my god, I forgot Von Bolt existed. Grid is disgusting. Grid is so unfair in a game that is so clinically tactical. Just giving extra range on artillery, rockets, and missiles is just not fair. Better Sensei? What do you mean Sensei? No, Sensei was all about... Oh, yeah, right. That's interesting. Okay, creates ground units from any city under Hatchie's control. Sensei would build... no, because Sensei would build... His first one would give him infantry, and his second one would give him mech, which sometimes arguably would be considered a weak one. Like, weaker than getting the infantry, depending on what you were trying to accomplish. But they did different things. Like, he's more about money, and Sensei was more about air units. Like, I'd take Sensei for copter battles, because copters are pretty good. But yeah, no, Hatchie's probably just better because it's cheaper. You can just buy a friggin' fighter and destroy all the copters. Oh, no. What it was is he could deploy units in cities. So he doesn't spawn them. He could turn cities into factories. That's what it was. Wait, no. That says in pre-deployed maps of campaign modes. On maps with relatively low funding, he has access to high unit costs that the opponent don't. Yep, that's what it was, mainly. That's why he's going to win, right? And the fact that it was only 3 stars, they'd have to up the number of stars or reduce the price he gets. Discount that to like 25%. Make it fair. Fedora, stop me when you're ready.
When I'm ready for what?
Me to stop talking about Advance Wars.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is that the more we talk about this, the more I just want to say, okay, see you later. I'm gonna go.
Sorry.
Play Advance Wars.
Hey, when that thing comes out, we could just play it in the new year, or just play it when we get it on our own.
Yeah, I don't remember. Did they say when it was supposed to come out?
Oh, December 12th. You can pre-order it now. Yeah.
Okay. There was when I think back about it, there was a lot of good stuff that they announced during that direct. I was like, at first I was like,
3rd?
you know, this isn't really super impressive. But
December
then
3rd, yes.
The more I think about it, it's like, okay, well, Advance Wars is fantastic. A brand new 2D Metroid game.
Yeah.
For the first time in almost 20 years.
And it's horror.
And it's a horror game, but not so horror that I won't actually want to play it.
It's just creepy. It's just creepy.
Yeah, which is
Thriller.
exactly what Metroid Fusion was way back. You know, the last 2D Metroid game was like, oh yeah, let's have a super-powered Samus clone hunt you for the entire game. And that was friggin' incredible. Also, Swalot.
Well, let me close all my notes on Advance Wars. That is a hit.
Sweet.
For you. That's true, Tim.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're going back to the post-fusion story, because I think for a lot of people like myself, we're like, okay, well, where do they go from here? Because all of the stuff about fusion was stripping Samus of all of her normal powers and her, the Metroid stuff, and being entirely reliant on this new like X species that she essentially eradicated during the course of the game. But now they're saying like, oh yeah, well there might still be some out there, and now this weird invincible robot creature is coming up, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm sold. Take my money, give me the game.
Yep.
And I like that it's not like this long wait time to like Metroid Prime 4 isn't gonna come out until God knows when's the new like Duke Nukem 0.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, yeah, that's out in 3 months. We announced it this week. It's out in October. Have fun waiting. It looks fantastic. I can't wait.
Yeah, it actually is pretty clean, and it'll probably look cleaner with more development. I never thought the play Sensei like that, Noble. Actually.
I think you're probably right, Soul. The storyline's probably going to have something to do with like the weird robot thinking that she is the like the part of the virus that needs to be wiped out or something like that.
Very much so. She
I'm
is.
just happy to have another Metroid game. I still need to go and get the Metroid 2 remake for the 3DS, because I think that seems to have been the catalyst for this new one, because it seems like a lot of the gameplay additions that they added to the Metroid 2 remake, like the parry,
right?
The parry attacks and things like that were added to Metroid 5 as well. Advance Wars, Metroid, Skyward Sword coming out next month.
You mean Skyward Sword 1 or 2?
The one.
No, because Breath of the Wild 2 looks like Skyward Sword with how much you're flying.
Right, they're introducing like sky
Fractured
areas and stuff
worlds.
like that.
It might be a Fractured Hyrule. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
again,
I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm definitely very curious to play through Skyward Sword for the first time and see, the origin of the Zelda series, and then go to Breath of the Wild 2 that takes place at the very end, the converging of all the timelines.
Is that supposed to be the end? Is that it?
Well, it's not the end necessarily. It is, but my understanding is that the timeline splintered off with Ocarina.
Yes. So what you're saying is we need more we need more Majora's Mask.
Right, things like that. Well, I mean, the Majora's Mask timeline was, I think, Majora's Mask, and then Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, like that whole timeline.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm trying to remember how all those are. And
then there were a couple other timelines that I can't remember, but I think Breath of the Wild is the point at which all three of them converge. And that they say that, or at least according to the developers, I think part of it was because they didn't want to deal with, which timeline this is going to actually be in. So they just said, like, okay, all routes converge into this one, effectively.
Went to Twilight Princess? Interesting. Okay, let's see.
Right, so that's right. Majora's Mask went into Twilight Princess. It was, that was the ending in which, the canon ending, quote unquote, to Ocarina of Time, where Link defeats Ganon and then it goes back to being a kid, and then has those timelines. The Wind Waker timeline was if Ganon won.
Yes.
In Ocarina of Time.
Spirit Tracks happened before Hourglass? Really?
I don't think so.
No, sorry. Okay, it's wrapping around here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I take a look at this, all right. So the Adventures of Link, if we follow Ganon's revival prevented, That's the era of decline with The Legend of Zelda.
Yep.
Goes into the Golden Era, which is Link's Awakening. And then goes into Oracle of Ages and Seasons, and then Link to the Past. That's the era of Light and Dark, which then leads to the Sealing War and the Age of the Last Hero, which then leads to Ocarina of Time. I didn't know Link to the Past led to Ocarina of Time. And then, otherwise, if Vaati resurrects and Ganondorf is reincarnated, that's actually 4 swords that started off, which then supposedly leads into Twilight Princess, which leads into Majora's Mask? Because then apparently the Shadow Invasion, which then leads to Majora's Mask, which then leads to the Age of Twilight, where Ganondorf is executed. Heroes' Descendants, which then... Wait, Majora's Mask scene, Ocarina... No, that can't be right. Ocarina of Time led into Majora's Mask. Oh!
Majora's Mask was effectively a sequel.
The map is upside down. I'm reading from the top on. I'm supposed to go from bottom up. Okay, so because Skyward Sword is the origin. Okay, so the creation when God took 7 days. Okay, Skyward Sword. This is Sky Era, Chaos Era. The Sacred Realm is sealed, which then leads to the Era of Prosperity, which is Hyrule Kingdom founded. Yes, I am still searching for Pokemon. This is how weird it is for me. Which then leads to because Minish Cap is after Skyward Sword. Right. So yeah, Vaati is born. Because the Hyrule Kingdom is founded, because then Vaati is born, which takes over Minish Cap. Because he was a kid at the time when he took over the Sorcerer to take his hat or whatever. Then 4 Swords happens. Then the Hero of Time, where the Unification War comes in, Ocarina of Time is there. And then it goes, if the Hero of Time is defeated, it then goes to A Link to the Past, where it's the Era of Light and Darkness, then Ocarina of Time... or Ages and Seasons.
Because you were saying Ocarina. Ocarina is where it splits.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time is where it splits. So if you lose,
if you lose, that goes into Link to the Past.
Link to the Past. That's what I meant to say. Well, it goes to Link to the Past, then it's Oracle of Ages and Seasons. I didn't know those came afterwards. I guess it makes sense. And then it goes.
Think that Link Between Worlds probably fits somewhere in there as well. Because it's supposed to take place pretty soon after. I think Link to the Past.
Maybe A Link Between Worlds is just meant to be Link to the Past reimagined. It doesn't have it on this particular. You might be right.
It's definitely a sequel. It's definitely a sequel, but it's probably. I think what happened is that this official timeline came out before Link Between Worlds came out.
Right.
So they didn't necessarily add up, or add that in rather. But yeah, the Awakening games or the Oracle games are the same Link as in Awakening. The Link Between Worlds is the same Link as in Link to the Past.
Right. So according to this one, anyways, it says A Link to the Past goes into Ages and Season, which then goes into Link's Awakening.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And then it goes to the Golden Era with The Legend of Zelda. And then apparently the Adventures of Link is when Ganon's revival is prevented because you attack him in that dungeon.
Yes. That's why you fight yourself, I think, instead of Ganon, because it's supposed to be like Ganon's sorcery messing with you from the grave or something like that.
Ah, okay. So if you win, Ganondorf is executed. This is the Age of the Hero's Descendants. That's when Majora's Mask comes in, when you go deal with that. And then the Shadow Invasion happens, which then leads into Twilight Princess, which then leads into the Shadow Era, which is... I can't read it, but it's it's the 4 Swords predecessor, where Vaati is resurrected and Ganondorf is reincarnated at the same time. Or if Ganondorf breaks the seal and Hyrule is flooded for some weird reason, then you get into Wind Waker, which is the Great Sea Era. Then it goes to the Era of the Great Voyage, where a new continent is founded. That's when Phantom Hourglass happens. And then the rebirth is Spirit Tracks.
Yes.
And then I guess Breath of the Wild is all 3 of these coming together.
Yes, like hundreds and thousands of years later.
I really need that discography or that book that says things. 4 Swords Adventures. Yeah, that's the one that it's probably is that I don't know the name of it. 4 Swords Adventures at the end after Twilight Princess, because that's when apparently both Vaati and Ganondorf are together, or they're both alive at the same time.
They need to port the HD Twilight Princess over to the Switch as well.
Yeah.
That's one of, like, those are the last two things I think that they have not transferred over to the Switch yet, are the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD remakes.
Right.
Or remasters, I should say.
The canon timeline. Shut up. I can't read that. See, the problem is the older games, I guess, well, no, the older games would be a little bit skimpier on the storyline, but I guess if it's made that simple, you just have to go back and play them in order and see how they make sense.
Well, and they still had stories. It's just that most of the story was in the instruction manual back then.
And you were like 6, so you're just like, herp,
right.
herp.
Right.
Kill things,
there wasn't
swords,
a whole
yay.
lot of room to add, context and story into, an NES game. The most story that you pretty much got in there was, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yep. Flooded by people in an attempt to seal Hyrule to prevent Ganondorf from gaining too much power. How did they flood things?
I think it was the 3 goddesses. Or maybe it was the Triforce. Maybe I think that was it. From what I remember of the story, was that the King of Red Lions,
right?
The King of Hyrule used the Triforce to flood the world.
Oh yeah, that's right.
To prevent Ganondorf's ascension.
Because then it uses
Something
it a
like
second
that.
time at the end to, like, say, destroy itself, right?
Right. I need to play through that game again too. Damn it.
Wind Waker Rando exists, except you can put cutscenes in.
Minus the yeah.
You can throw cutscenes back in. It's fine.
I really, what I would like to do, honestly, is to be able to play through. It would be interesting to kind of play through the Zelda series in chronological order.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, it would take months. It would take forever.
Yeah.
But I think that would be fantastic to kind of just like see how these storylines play out in the order in chronological order, as opposed to playing them from the order of release. What am I looking for?
Which one do you go down first? Probably the victory one.
Yeah, I'd probably go for the canon one first.
Because if you end off with if everything goes wrong, then it kind of leads you to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Because kind of like the world is not in a good spot in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
That's post-apocalyptic, essentially.
Well, and they're talking about how in the before times everything was great, and we had just discovered these ancient guardians and so on and so forth, and it was all great, and then shit got fucked up.
Also, according to this, for some reason, child timeline is Twilight Princess and 4 Swords, but also the adult timeline is like Wind Waker and Hourglass?
That's backwards.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense. What is this one? Can I zoom into this? No, it's too blurry. This is why I want that book. I like everything having like images and the like, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't play through the games to learn all of it. It's not enough time to do it.
I mean, it's not really a thing that you would do to learn. It's just more to experience it.
Yeah. Now make a movie about it.
Oh, jeez. Don't even.
What?
Don't even.
They can make it happen. They can figure it out.
They can. No.
They can make it happen.
No.
They can solve the issues of how they've been screwing up.
Yeah, Let's have John Leguizamo play Link. Great
No,
idea.
choose real people. Oh, I see, Noble. Time travel's stupid. I hate time travel. Makes everything so hard to follow. I like it and I hate it simultaneously. I think I hate multiverses more than I hate time travel.
Multiverses with time travel.
Oh, no, shut up. We're gonna get that in Marvel, I'm gonna hate it. I'm gonna be like, if these don't have good fights, I'm out.
Did you know that there is a game on Steam for 5D chess with multiverse time travel?
Excuse me? Would you like to
I have honestly wanted to kind of get it and just experience it. So basically it's chess, but from my understanding, at any point in your single game of chess, you can take a piece that you own and send it backwards in time to a previous game state that then becomes a branching reality of its own game, and it's a complete mind melt. Like I still don't really fully understand it. That's one of the reasons I want to get it, is because I just want to kind of wrap my brain around it. But that might be something to apply for Extra Life.
Good lord. Muted? I'm muted?
I hear you.
No, I'm fine. I see things here. Am I muted, chat? Can you hear me?
I already had him. Okay, whatever. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not even the same hero, right? Link is not really... I mean, Link is supposed to be the same person, but he's also not.
Well, and they I mean, later games, you know, from I want to say, I think from A Link to the Past onward, they all talk about, you know, the hero of light, the hero.
Right.
You know, they talk about previous Links. They talk about, you know, previous heroes who existed, who wore the green tunic, who had the sword that seals the darkness, and so on and so forth. I think that was most obviously mentioned in Wind Waker, because that was the whole setup for the beginning of the story.
Yeah. It's probably like Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Force Swords, they're all different guys, right? They're all different Links, and then Ocarina of Time then becomes the one you know from Majora's Mask, and technically Wind Waker, technically, and A Link to the Past, I guess, and then it just kind of goes in and out, and then Breath of the Wild is just like, yeah, you've been comatose for 1,000 years, or whatever it is. You want to wake up and save the world? Whatever, 100. It's like 1,000 years.
Starmie, sir.
That's a hit.
Okay.
Yeah, Ganondorf's the only one that comes back. They're all just reincarnated. Yeah, they are all just different heroes of light who happen to always have the Triforce of Courage. They just all seem to embody the Triforce of Courage and wear green clothing. Yeah. What a weird ritual we have here. I want to see.
It's interesting. It's interesting to think about, though, that Ganondorf is the only one that is constant throughout every single Zelda game that features him. At least is that it is the same Ganon across all of these thousands of years.
Gotta admit, we need more Vaati. We need Vaati as the second, like how he comes back in Four Swords Adventure.
I would definitely like to see Vaati as something more than just a B-side villain.
I mean,
for the Zelda games.
He was for different reasons, though. Ganondorf wants like full control of the Triforce and like control the world. Vaati's just more of a like, he's almost like a baby. He's like an apprentice. I don't mind that.
In a lot of, at least from my recollection of the games that he was in, he seems more like a force of nature. Like he's not someone who is out to control the world so much as just like reduce it to rubble.
Yeah, he's a force of nature. Or sorry, like you said, he's a wizard. right? He's learned magic. He's just kind of around to burn the world down.
Right. Whereas Ganondorf wants to.
He wants to actually run it.
He wants to own it.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the Joker and Bane sort of deal. Oh no, Bane wanted to be like Joker and he'll be a villain who just wanted to control the world. Guess Loki?
Two different
doesn't matter.
Franchises, but yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, what would they be like? The Joker is definitely Vadi. But who would Ganondorf be? Yeah, he just wants power, right? And like like Vadi's like his pyromaniac cousin. He was literally the apprentice, but not to Ganondorf. He is an apprentice of magic, though. That's why he takes the hat and he just corrupts by it, right? Because the magic basically, what was it, accelerates your most prominent characteristics or something like that? Who's Demise's Rage? I don't know enough about Zelda, but I want to know more about it. Where is the 11th Pokemon in this stupid corridor? Oh my god. And I know, yeah, the green clothing is a coming-of-age tradition thing, yeah. The same, Ocarina, Majora are 4 Swords and Minish Cap might be. I think 4 Swords and Minish Cap are supposed to be because they both have the cloning mechanic. That was the whole point, right? Like Minish Cap, you learn how to clone yourself. Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 is the same as another? Yes. No.
Yeah, I believe the links from Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 are the same, I think.
So how does he find... Is that girl in Zelda 2 actually Zelda? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It is her? So how do you go from 1 to 2 where he wakes up in a chamber with her?
He rescues, if I recall, I mean, my memory of it is extremely hazy, but my my understanding is that when you beat Ganon and get the Triforce, I think Zelda uses it to seal Ganon away, but then she almost becomes like Sleeping Beauty, like it causes her to go into a deep sleep, and then Link goes to try and find some way of reawakening her. If I recall correctly. Again, my memory of the story of those two games is very fuzzy, mostly because, like I said, all the story of those games was in the instruction manuals back then.
Right.
But that's my recollection of it.
Oh, I read Delmise's too. That's why Delmise's Rage. What the hell? Okay, yeah, see, I never got that far in Skyward Sword. I've only watched randos. So what was Girahim? Was he like a puppet to Demise? What did Girahim want? Was he just a psychopath? Curse of the Spirit Hero.
No spoilers, because that's Skyward Sword territory, and...
It's been out!
I have not played it, and I want to be surprised.
Deafening.
I mean, the main bad guy of Skyward Sword, but I don't know anything about him or his reasoning for anything. All I know is that he's creepy as hell.
Yeah, the tongue thing.
Yes.
Okay,
I didn't know that until I started playing Hyrule Warriors. I'm just like, oh, what the fuck is this guy's problem?
Ah. You listen to AFI and
this
or
man
a
is a
lizard person?
pedophile.
He is a lizard person.
I'm not sure I could do that, Nyctophile, because I'm trying to pay attention to chat and...
That's what I meant, Nyctophile. He has the ability to become 4 links. That's why 4 swords make sense after Minish Cap. That's what I meant to say. Here, you know what? Put it in spoiler room in my Discord.
Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say you could just whisper noob and he would know.
Well, I don't see whispers until I open stuff
until
up.
after the fact.
Yeah, if you go into my Discord, go to spoiler room, put it in there, and then Fedora won't look in that one room.
That's true. Even though I can, but I won't.
Spoiler room. Doing spoiler room. Easier for me to see. So, does that mean that what you said before, Noble, without me saying it out loud, is that what leads into the comatose of Breath of the Wild, which is why he does this all over again? So is this now like a loop? I don't understand. Explain in the spoilers.
I think a lot of the stuff with Breath of the Wild was supposed to be kind of a reimagining.
Right.
Like that was the whole, like the demo version of Breath of the Wild to like the proof of concept was literally a ROM hack effectively of Zelda 1 with a physics engine placed in it. So that you could have the natural consequences of, you know, chopping down a tree or setting it on fire and having that fire spread and burn enemies and things like that. So I think in a lot of ways Breath of the Wild was supposed to be like that. It was supposed to kind of, I mean, but that's the same thing is true, I think, for every Zelda game to a certain extent, at least, is that they all kind of build on this cyclical, the cyclical nature of the story.
And the final boss, Noble. I need an explanation on that curse thing you were talking about. Please, if you have time. I appreciate it. Like I said, I love lore, I love stories. I'm just super bad at remembering them and understanding them unless you're my girlfriend, where she explains to me 7 times and says she loves me. So, she's really good during movies. I'm the guy that talks during the movies nonstop. So I'm like, what does that mean? Where's that from?
That means you're a garbage human.
Why?
We're talking during the movies?
I don't go in the movie theater for a reason. I don't go to a movie theater. I only watch movies at home now.
People would kick your ass out.
No, I whisper. I'm not obnoxious about it. Because at least she'll just tell me, wait for this, just wait. And I go, okay, that's good. It's just I don't get things on the first try, and if I don't get it, then I lose interest. I have to understand it the first go, or I just say fuck it, right? But I want to know it, I just don't care after I don't get it.
Well, I think that's my thing with people who talk during movies and shows and stuff like that. It's like, oh, why is this character doing that? I don't understand. It's like, I haven't seen any more of this show than you have. Like, it's undoubtedly going to get explained over the course of the roll time. So
for me, it's usually my girlfriend has seen the movie, and it's usually a sequel. So it's like I didn't go back and watch the other movies to remind myself what happened a couple of years ago. So when there's like an Easter egg in Marvel movie, I'm just sitting there going like, what? Why are they talking about this guy? And then that's what she explains to me. If it's a movie, if it's a movie that me or her haven't seen, I'll make like corny jokes during it. But unless it's something that has been, she'll tell me, like, she's really good at knowing it hasn't been said yet, or she'll explain to me, like, pause the movie and tell me if it has happened.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm asking for spoilers right there. It's just like there's just times where I get like I'm there for the action, right? And I want to know the story, and sometimes I miss a lot of it. So if I miss part of the plot and I'm just sitting there with like scratching my head nonstop, I'll just stop paying attention to the movie. It's more of the benefit for her, so I don't just show. She's like, "Oh my god, the movie was good. How was you?" Or I'm like, "I didn't fucking get it. I don't care." I don't know.
I fell asleep half an hour in.
I fell asleep.
I honestly can't understand. I cannot begin to fathom how somebody would feel entering into the Marvel Cinematic Universe like halfway through. Like I've been following these movies since Iron Man 1 and following the continuity since from that point on, and even I am missing. I miss things occasionally, but it's. Like my other family members, other people I know, like, you know, I missed out on like the second Captain America.
Yeah.
So I don't really know who the Winter Soldier is, or, you know, I missed out on, you know, Iron Man 3. So I don't, you know, I don't understand a lot of the, you know, the existential trauma that Tony Stark is going through post Avengers 2.
Yeah. Well, that's just it, right? I mean, here's the thing. I've done that multiple times because it's an action movie. I just want to see people beat the shit out of each other. But then you inevitably get, like, that relationship where you say, yeah, we're a one-night stand, but they start liking the other. That's what I do with movies. And I'm just like, I don't want to watch 2.5 hours. Can you just tell me the TLDR of it so I could just, like, put it to rest and not be frustrated with not knowing?
You want to be able to, like, read the cliff notes first,
Yes.
and then skip everything that's not a fight scene.
Yes. That's like me with, dude, there's a reason why I say I'm not joking when I say I watch speedruns for the plot. I actually, like, I want to know everything about Final Fantasy VII because it sounds like a super awesome game. But I do not feel like playing through 60 hours of that goddamn gameplay. I don't like that gameplay, so I'll never know. So I'm trying to, like, pick together what people are saying about the story of Final Fantasy VII to understand it, because I don't want to play the game. It's not my style of game.
I mean,
It's the same thing as Skyward Sword. I couldn't finish.
Snarky, but at the same time, I know exactly how that feels because I went through the same thing with World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Like I would love to learn about World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings. It's just, they're long as shit. There's twigs everywhere.
The especially in the case of World of Warcraft, the story is not presented in an easily digestible manner. It's somewhat more like Dark Souls-esque in that you have to go to a million different places and do a million different quests to kind of understand the nitty-gritty of it.
And I like those types of games.
But the other thing is that, like, the gameplay, at least I get burned out on it really easily. Yeah. So, I'll join up for a new expansion and play for 6 months and then drop out of it and be like, okay, well, I'm really interested in knowing what happens to these characters, but I really don't want to fucking play the game.
Exactly. Yeah, that's me. Like with Dark, like I would love to learn Dark Souls. I'd love to play all the Zeldas, but I'm not very good at them. So it's hard for me to be like, I really want to know the story, but I can't do it myself. But I can't, like, sit in someone's stream and be like, Mr. Streamer, Mrs. Streamer, please tell me entire bedtime story. Like, I can't do that, and I don't want to watch Let's Plays because then you got dumbasses like me on the internet making witty remarks. I'm like, please pass it. I want the lore.
But there are people. I know, at least for Dark Souls, there is a YouTuber who actually goes through and does videos, not like Let's Play videos of the games, but literally like videos talking about the lore and the history of all of the Dark Souls games one by one and how they're connected, how they're not connected. And I've always found that really interesting, even as someone who's played through those games, because the nature of how the story is presented is so obtuse, for lack of a better word. It's nice to see somebody who has spent a lot more time and a lot more research digging into the nitty-gritty of it, saying like, this is how this is related and here's the history of what this is, and so on and so forth. It's like, wow, I didn't know that. And for me at least, it makes those games a lot more, it makes me appreciate them that much more when I do play through them again. It's like, oh, I recognize that from this video or whatever else. So I think the same is probably true for most franchises, whether they be video games or movies or books or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure there's a YouTuber out there somewhere that has multiple videos about the history of Zelda and the overarching storyline through all of the main games.
That's actually super cool, Noble. I didn't know it was like that. Now I understand the ending to that one game that Nyctophile mentioned. Okay. Wow, you wouldn't get that unless you played this day in and day out. At least that would be for me. Like, I would have to play this every single day to understand it, right? That was like me understanding Pokemon mechanics. I played it day in and day out. That's how I just know a lot and only get minor details messed up here and there.
All right, and that's.
But this type of story, that's cool. I would never made that connection.
That's how Pokemon is.
Yeah.
For, a lot of it is just rote memorization of type matchups and stats for different moves and things like that. It's literally just you spend time with it and you get hit with those moves, you eventually know how much damage they're going to do.
Yeah. Except this is lore and my brain is not that good at remembering stories. Leo, good to see you. Welcome back. To be honest, It might not be very well put together. It might be super tropey, but at least in my very simple mind, like what he said here with Skyward Sword, it's really interesting how it kind of ties it up. And even if it's like half-assed to one opinion, I think it actually brings everything kind of well together. You gotta imagine, it's just like Gen 1 Pokemon. Gen 1 Pokemon wasn't meant to take off, and it did, so they just kind of kept going with it. So, I mean, you know.
Right.
All things considered, it's not bad.
I think, especially with the early pre-Ocarina games for Zelda, they didn't have an established timeline.
Right.
They didn't have anything going on. It was really with Ocarina. There's that fucking Pokemon.
Damn it.
Finally.
Can you send me that look my way? I need 3.
Well, I think the one that I just found is the one that you need.
Oh, ballsack.
But yeah, there wasn't. I mean, the idea for the Zelda games was the same thing as like Final Fantasy, is that each one of the games is not supposed to be directly related to another, with certain exceptions. And I think it was around the time, I think Nyctophile said with Skyward Sword, like Skyward Sword was the point where they said we want to have the origin story for everything that has happened up to this point.
Yeah, Leo said.
Keldeo, sir.
Are you kidding me?
I kid you not.
Fuck's sake. It's a sync.
That's a sync. Excellent.
Are you serious?
I
have been looking forever for this thing.
And you're gonna have to, because I can pretty much confirm that it is on a 1% encounter slot.
God damn it.
Yep.
Well, I meant tropey in the sense that it's hero saving princess against evil being. I don't mean tropey in the sense of how they've put everything together and kind of made things happen like that. Can you at least tell me what other Pokemon you found around the Keldeo? Can I have a smidge of mercy? I've been in this fucking cave for 5 hours.
It's not in the cave. I did not find him in the cave.
What?
There is another place that he can be found.
I could have swore I searched everything there. Oh, don't tell
and
me.
I found him there.
Okay.
Because I was not about to do what you did and go through everything that I have found so far.
It's super great.
Everything that I have found so far that has been listed in the Lost Cave has also had an alternative location, and I have, with one exception, I have deigned to use the alternate area instead of going through the Lost Cave yet again.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't have info on Purloin. I think C-Dot's only in here.
I know. I'm surprised you haven't found Purloin, because I found it like in 5 different areas just today.
Nope. I haven't found it. You found it up there. Huh.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Demon, good to see you. How you doing? Ooh, animated emote. Worlds, Triforce Heroes, Breath of the Wild, Hyrule Warriors. I mean, if it has points to the plot. I know what I said.
I have no idea how Triforce Heroes, if Triforce Heroes even, I think it's one of those things that's like, it probably falls under Four Swords, the Four Swords timeline. Hyrule
Warriors actually has like some lore, like side lore.
It's
character development?
It's in its own little world.
Oh, is it?
Like, it technically has new characters that I think are supposed to be tangentially related in the Ocarina timeline. Like, I think the game starts out in the Ocarina timeline, but it's definitely an offshoot.
Triforce Heroes is a direct sequel to Between Worlds? Interesting.
Oh, interesting.
That's
Are you saying Nyctophile that the hero from Triforce Heroes, or the hero from, or the link from Hyrule Warriors?
I don't know. How am I stupid for Purloin? I didn't plan for this. And I can't breed the A part. If you haven't been paying attention to them multiple times, I crashed my game from the daycare.
It's Lipard.
The A part. It's French.
I hate you sometimes.
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 Hey,
very occasionally.
Just remember, Geralt, did you see all the changes they made in Heroes of the Storm without telling us, by the way?
I did.
Did you see that Garrosh has baseline throw people?
Yep.
I am throwing you in level 1 next time.
Yep.
You shit talk me at the beginning of games, you're gonna go eat a face full of 5 heroes. This is called Pokemon 802. It's a project that Officer DK, our mod here, took on from somebody else and improved upon it. It adds Gen 1 to 7 Pokemon into this. There is another project that Revo is working on named Pokemon Emerald EX or something like that. Speed Choice EX, which will put Gen 1 through 8 Pokemon into Pokemon Emerald. Yeah, no, breeding is broken in this game. It actually soft locks the game. So otherwise I would have done that. I was kind of planning on that too because I haven't seen the Purloin. So did you even find a trainer with Purloin on it, or did you just literally see it in the wild nonstop?
I don't recall. All I know is that I've seen it multiple times before today.
That's weird. Why can't I find it?
That is
I've been
very
everywhere
interesting.
too. Like I've actually done a thorough search.
And it's not even that hard to find. It's not even on a 1% encounter slot.
Huh. Okay, let me go look at some of the Pokemon you shot at today. At least give me an idea on where they could be. You shot at Thundurus today, right? Or Tornadus?
Yes. That one was completely blind. I didn't have any info on that one. I happened to find it while searching for something else.
Interesting.
You know what I'm doing at this point, because I have so many of these Pokemon that I actually don't have any info on, I'm just gonna run through. I'm just gonna grab some like max repels and just sprint through some of these areas and try to find some of the trainers that I haven't fought yet.
Like I've kicked trainers' asses and I have not seen Purloin. Like I'm fairly certain I've beaten probably about 9% of people in this game. So, if not all of them. I can't think of many places unless I literally missed and didn't think to do something, but I was very thorough at beating people, so. And I beat every trainer in every gym. But yeah, Leo, this was an Extra Life incentive from 2020, where Fedora said if we had $2,500, we would do an 802 Pokemon Battleships, and we've been doing this for over 2 months now. So as you can see,
it really has been over 2 months.
It really has been over 2 months. So as you can see, we are nearing the end of it. And every week we say, is this the end? And then we just get Legend of Zelda, and it never ends.
We started with, what, 18? 18 ships?
Yes, 18 ships.
18 ships each, and then we're down to 3 and 7. Yep. And you're right, Nyctophile, that's why I gave up on that, because you're right. There might be a 1% encounter slot that I missed, so it's probably worth skipping the repels and just going through.
The idea for Battleships, so I'm gonna give the credit to the person who I want to advertise more. A guy named Shenanigans. He does a lot of challenges similar to Small Ant and the like, but Shenanigans is very much a speedrunner who tries to do a lot of Pokemon-based stuff that, like, Small Ant's a speedrunner too, but Shenanigans is very interesting in creating a lot of unique challenges to make PvE and PvP stuff happen. So originally it was called Yeet Yachts. You'll find a couple of creators, or a few creators, Chrism and the like, who did this on YouTube as well. But he's also the same guy who gave me the idea for Tetris. Pokemon Catch 'em All Tetris. And I'm going to be developing Pokemon Blockus once we can actually get potential multiplayer function on this. Or just one person keeps track of both boards. No problem with that. But usually battleships we don't play are this big. We play smaller battleships. Like, you can, and basically also with the ZX Rando, you can minimize it to make it smaller boards. But battleships is a fun time. It's a very easy way for people to speedrun without actually speedrunning. Like, yeah, you get reward going faster, but you don't have to be a god at the game and go super quick, unless you're playing against someone like me, where you want to be super competitive about it. But I mean, like, everything else is fine. Link to their stuff? They might be live. I can link you their Twitch. Let me see. Are they live right now? He usually goes live every single... Yep, there he is. He usually goes live every single day. Or most days. I check in once in a while with him to see what's going on. Yes, he is currently playing both games at the same time, catch 'em all. Obtaining the diploma %.
2 games, 1 controller.
Yep. No, he's playing. Oh, yes, he is doing 2 games, 1 controller. Yeah. 2 games, 1 controller.
That scares me.
The other thing is, the really weird thing is, he's also doing link cable trading because it's not randomized.
Interesting.
So I think he might be doing it on 2 actual consoles.
Like a pseudo Wonderlock.
Yeah. Like, it's non-randomized. He's just actually, this is a full speed run for him. But he's the guy I usually go to for this stuff. Like, he's come up with... I mean, it's not really... Some things you just go, like, okay, he added key item rando to Battleships. I wouldn't say it's a novel concept. That's just a different way of playing it to push his limits. But definitely Battleships, Tetris... certain speedruns like Alt Main, I don't know if he started doing it. If he's borrowing it from someone else, he's probably borrowing for 360 Chrism or someone else like that. But...
Chris M.
Sorry.
Chris M.
Even he says Chrism. He says Chrism.
I don't think that's true.
Other people say Chrism. I wouldn't say it otherwise. So they're as equally uncultured as me. We've already learned it's the A part, so it doesn't matter anymore, does it? Does it, Fedora?
You're just a...
Twist the knife.
Just butchering the English language.
Some men just like to watch
of made-up words. You're butchering
I was gonna say,
the
really?
language of made-up words.
Really? You want to say I've butchered English? Can you even butcher it even more than it's already minced meat?
I mean, that is true. English is a... is a made-up construct, and
like time.
Yeah, you can do or say whatever you want, and nothing is true, everything is permitted. I wonder if there is a rule in this modified ROM-hacked version of Fire Red where everything, you can find info on everything, or if there are some that are just going to be like, yeah, there's literally not enough Pokemon, not enough encounters to put Pokemon in on these trainers, so
yes,
there's just going to be some that you just...
Yep. That can happen.
That it can happen that there's just some that you're never going to have info for.
Yep.
Well, that's lovely.
It's catch-em-all mode, which means they all have to be put in somewhere in a wild slot, but they do not have to be put in on a trainer, because not enough trainers or slots to put them on, right?
Right.
Yeah, he wanted to link to the live thing. That's all I just put up.
What are we thinking of calling it for today?
Up to you. My thumb is already numb.
20 more minutes?
Sure.
I will say, just as a heads up, next week will probably have to be the last one.
Oh no.
Because the very next, well, it doesn't have to be, but there will be a long delay because I'm going out of town for a couple weeks.
Oh, cool.
Literally the day after.
For good reasons?
Or, yeah.
Good.
Going to see some friends, so.
Nice. Are you gonna be bringing your COVID jackets for your face?
Yes.
Are you eating lots of vegetables?
No.
Gotta boost that immunity system.
I don't even know how to respond to you anymore.
Nobody knows how to respond to this voice. It's okay. Gamma wakes up, hears Dolores, and goes, oh shit. It's fine. I think at this point, though, to be honest, I should just be devoted to doing Lost Cave. I deserve this. Probably, for how shitty I am as a human being.
Well, I'll tell you what.
What,
How
Hank
about
Hill?
a trade? How about a trade?
A trade?
An
Well, now we're
info
bartering?
trade.
Oh, God.
Info trade.
Okay.
So, I need info on Uxie.
Okay. I think
If
I
you
have
have
info
on Uxie,
Uh-huh.
or let's say Spinda, a couple of them, I can give you info on, say, Keldeo.
I have all the info on Keldeo. I have all the
Well,
information. Oh, like what?
As far as like specifically where I found him.
Okay. Because it's either Cape Brink or Lost Cave. I know that.
Right. But then it's also, okay, is it surfing? Is it ground? Is it fishing?
Fishing or surfing. I'm pretty sure it's in the grass. Because I did all those checks and I didn't check the grass super deep. Unless it's the stupidly rare super rod.
I could give you that info. Or I could give you info on the purloin. Or we can ask chat to donate.
We can just have chat shoot the purloin. Do it.
Give us those shots.
For charity, of course.
Of course.
And a chance at having that cumulative donation thing for the photo album that I'll personally draw for you of a generation of Pokemon and send to you nicely, a nice photo album. You know you want to see it. Did I adjust it? Yeah, it's 7-3. We're good.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to,
we'll do it at the end. Let's do it at the end. Let's give it 20 minutes.
Okay.
We'll exchange after we have butt blasted our thumbs.
Okay. Do you even have info on Uxie? Just out of curiosity.
I believe I've caught it. It says
you caught
8.
it, so you would know exactly.
Yeah.
How.
I don't remember how I caught it, but I know the route.
Oh, you know what I haven't checked yet?
Oh.
I haven't checked Cerulean Cave.
Oh shit! Is that what that spot means? Oh.
Let's find out.
There's like a random dot over Cerulean, but not over Cerulean, which I thought was Mount Moon. That's fuck.
That's probably it.
It doesn't help me because it doesn't have any of my Pokemon in there, unless Purloin is there. Can you imagine?
That would definitely be funny.
Oh my god. Or C-Dot. I need a level 67 C-Dot, please. But neither of them have dots there, so I know that for a fact. By the way, Demon, Leo, how you doing today? Happy Friday.
Oh, it won't let me in yet.
Did you beat the Elite Four?
Yeah.
What?
Have to have made a great achievement. It says.
No.
Does that mean I have to capture everything?
I was gonna say, you have to capture. Oh no.
Yeah, that's not happening.
The irony is so rich. That in a catch 'em all, you have to catch 'em all to unlock that place. That's why catch 'em alls this size can be really bad too, because it's just like in bingos for Emerald, when the only Pokemon that you can get, its only location is post E4 in like Artisan Cave. That shit sucks. Because you basically lose. You just roll over and say RNG has won this day. I have wasted 2 hours.
Well, and that's when theoretically, in an actual properly randomized game, you would remove that block. You would say, "Hey, you can go in here whenever you want, or you can go in here after you capture, after you have X badges." And right,
speed choice people to make that happen, but sometimes they can't. I think. I don't know.
I mean,
the chances are so low, Fedora. When would you ever lose to that?
I mean.
That's what
I don't know. I don't know how these games were programmed, but using basic programming logic, there's a flag somewhere in the code that says, does the player have
Yes. Yeah.
151 or 149 Pokemon in this case? Yes or no? If yes, mark this as true. If no, keep it as false. And it's marked as false by default. It would not be particularly difficult, again, with basic in basic programming terms. Oh, I found TM32. Nice. To change it from being false by default to true by default.
I mean, in the Emerald one, they did make it where once you talk to Steven, he gives you a bunch of, like, Aurora tickets and Neon tickets and stuff like that. I'm sure it's doable.
Yeah.
I don't know what it does with catching wise. Hey, glad to hear it, Leo. It was actually a very nice day today, not overly hot. We've been having some low 20 Celsius. None of the 30 scorchers. It's been a pretty nice day, and I haven't gone out at all, and my eyes are fucking killing me. Trying to avoid those glasses life. I don't look.
You should get some computer glasses.
You know, I've talked to my optometrist. She said those are useless.
I don't know if that's. I mean,
she said the ones that people use, the yellow ones, are not. She said you can use like the purple shades, but she said with your normal exposure to blue light, your eyes don't really need it. It's more of a choice thing. But in terms of whether or not, she said if you're gonna like, you know, it's just all the same to take the same breaks. That's the point. I think she's just trying to say that. It's like the glasses can help, but taking breaks is cheaper and more natural.
Yeah.
So I've kind of subscribed to that. And I did a little bit of research. She's not wrong. And
yeah, I mean,
she's not like an old doctor either. I'm hoping younger doctors are a little more up to date with stuff. And she's not just saying that because I don't get paid by these glasses. So
yeah.
Because I told her what I do, and she said, "Yeah, no, if you're on the computer that often, yeah, it can be a little concerning when you're blurry, when your sight goes blurry, but you know,
green glare."
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing now is COVID myopia, so that's why if you see me looking all over the place, chat, you know why. I don't actually look directly at the game. I look all over the place. I do that on purpose. I stare between my screens.
He needs to find the COVID in the air. That's what he's looking for.
Give me the COVID.
That's always been the big thing for me, Tim, is
spotting the COVID.
The eye fatigue. I am thankful that like up so far in my life I have not needed to get glasses yet, but I'm pretty sure like the last time I went to an eye doctor and got an eye test, they're like, "Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there." And that was like 8 years ago.
Oh no, dude.
So I've not gone back there since then. But at the same time, I don't notice any issues with like, oh yeah, I can't actually read this thing that's in front of me, or I can't read this thing that's 50 feet away. Like I am functional.
Yeah.
I don't have any obvious glaring sight issues as far as I can see.
Ooh. See, Tim, that's funny because my entire family needs glasses. I'm the only one that doesn't, but I'm the one that used to have like my Game Boy in my face for years. Mm-hmm. And it was only my last appointment 2 years ago where they told me that I had slipped from better than 2020 to 2020, and I shit you not, I almost broke down crying.
Yep, I was 2016 for the longest time, and I was like, that is friggin' awesome that I have like better than average eyesight. And then they're like, oh yeah, well, not so much anymore.
Yeah. Like, I know because I accidentally, I all the time fall asleep with my lights on, so I know if I've been asleep for like 8 hours and the light's been in my eyes, I wake up fuzzy. But today, for example, like yesterday, I couldn't actually read chat very well. It was very blurry for me. Today, it's a lot better. It's also because it's off a laptop screen, which is not as sharp, and it's just like naturally fuzzy, but, and dirty.
Lower resolution.
Yeah. But I tried to get my own head, and there's nothing against anybody with glasses. It's just that I've talked about it before. I have this thing in my mind where if I have to get glasses, the same thing as braces when they told me I might have needed braces. I have this thing where I feel like I failed myself. Like the same thing when they told me that I had to stop sports because of my leg injuries, and they're like, you're gonna have to build up from the beginning again. Like, I took it as a personal failure that I had done, like you know, I'm living well, I think I'm doing it right, and then I've lost anyways. Which also feeds into my enormous fear of death. Because it's not my fault if I die, probably. Probably,
Maybe.
right? I don't do anything particularly dumb and reckless. If I'm going down, it's gonna be to somebody else's hands, not mine, that's for sure. Somebody else's dumbass. But I just have this thing where I get really down on myself. Like, if they ever tell me I need reading glasses, I will fall into a deep state of depression.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
because it's like I'm being slotted in with other, like, people wearing glasses. It's just,
right.
It feels like failure, right? Even though natural aging.
Well, and
I'm
there's
not gonna talk
in
about
a lot of situations when you get glasses, when you have to get glasses, it's a downward spiral from there, because the glasses that you get make your eyes focus even harder through the lenses of the glasses, and therefore your eyesight deteriorates more rapidly than it would otherwise.
Because it gets
So
used,
you go
used to
from
wearing them, yeah.
right. You get used to your eyes focusing with those lenses, those corrective lenses, and then you take them off. You're like, oh, my eyesight's even worse now. I need to get stronger lenses.
Which is funny because it's supposed to correct your eyes so you don't need them. That's what they told my sister. And for her, she didn't wear them all the time, so she kind of doomed herself. Like, she would have been fine as a young kid because she got them so young. She would have been able to wear them, and then her eyes would have corrected themselves, and she could have taken them off. But she kept taking them off. I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying it's kind of sucky how that happened.
Yeah, I will definitely say that I am one of those people who has not had to wear glasses, and my information might be less than perfect.
I think it depends on the age.
It might depend on the age. It might also depend on the severity of your lack of eyesight.
I mean, I'm not gonna, like, if I'm told one day I need blood pressure medication, I'm not gonna be like, fuck, I failed myself. No, sometimes that could just happen, but there are many things you can do to control that. But with something like braces or like, I can't fix my teeth, my sidekick, and fix my jaw.
And that's the other idea. That was the difference between braces and something like glasses, is that braces you wear for, you know, a year and a half to 2 years, and then you're done. And then, you know, you might have to wear a retainer
or a bracket behind.
Or yeah, I mean, like I had braces when I was in high school, and I still have like a little metal rod on my lower teeth, but it's just a part of me now. It's not something that's like an issue of failure or anything like that. It's just like, okay, that is what was needed to correct, you know, my particular physical complications.
See, that's different, Tim. That would be like me saying I don't need physiotherapy because it's gonna make me reliant on massages to get better. Which, frankly, I did become very dependent on them, but it was also because I was so uncomfortable. I just needed something that would actually fix me. Like, it was just like a fix that I couldn't achieve myself. But yeah, no, I've heard both sides of the coin, right? Makes you worse, makes you better. It depends on the age, but it also depends on, like, you know, again, my sister had an opportunity for it to turn around, but I also know people where it was like, it's not that the glasses made it worse, it's just their natural biology deteriorated way faster, whether the glasses were there or not. It just so happened that they needed it more.
Yeah.
So, like, I've heard all sides of
and there's really not much you can do once you reach that point. I mean, you need to be able to see. Yeah. You need to be able to see. Yeah. Even if your eyesight progressively gets worse over time because you have to wear glasses, if the glasses let you see, you should probably use them. The only thing where it really becomes into a major consideration is whether or not you can be eligible for, like, corrective surgery, like laser surgery. Yeah. Which has, to my understanding, come a very long way over the last.
Oh yeah, Mugini got it.
10 years ago. Yeah, I think you told me that.
It was a bit of a. I am so fucking pissed at this fucking place. Okay, yes, continue. Sorry.
Okay.
Fuck this place. How did I mess that up? But yeah, no, it's like, I remember my mom would tell me this all the time. It was like, there used to be a time where you'd go and do this, and then it would just be this, like, super depressing experience. Where, you know, glasses are just frames. You couldn't. Now it's all fun. right? Like it's actually trendy to play around with it, and you know, it helps a lot with the actual, I guess, minor disability. Not to make it sound like there's a tier list, but I get that, Tim.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to say I just found a
Furloin?
No.
Okay.
I found a trainer whose name was Bottled Diarrhea.
You found the guy, yes. Please keep it capped. Oh god, I can't wait for unhealthy diarrhea. Because unhealthy's in the pool now. As opposed to healthy diarrhea.
Yes.
Ah, yes. God. Chat, you did this. Thank you, but you did this. So when people come in and judge us now, you're the ones that get judged. I just play the video game, you pay me for it. Yeah, my friend is perfectly fine. He had a bit of bad dry eye. I think they had to get extra strength eye drops for him. Like they had to change him up or something. They had to do something in the, oh no, there's like some extra scarring that his eyes got. But otherwise, yeah, you're out for a few weeks, or a week or two. You're in bed. Someone else is lubing up your eyes, right? Like it's a process, but he's fine, right? He's good for a few years. I even knew a guy who got a robot eye, like where they cut out the top of the iris and they slip a camera lens inside the pupil, and it's apparently better than laser eye surgery because it's much less evasive.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, he was an experimental client for it. So what they do is they chop they kind of like shave off, or they cut a little pocket in your eye, and they slip a camera lens in, and what they do is they adjust the camera lens before putting it in to the eyesight that you want. So they'll put it as 20/20 or whatever, and all they have to do is it stays for about 10 years right now. And he did this a few years ago, but it lasts for about 10 years, and when he has to go get it retuned, it's like retuning a camera. They just go in, they cut the pocket out again, they take the camera lens out, they go in, they with their wrench or with their tools, readjust it and put it back in. It's amazing. It's like, the thing was, he was at work the next day. No recovery time whatsoever. He didn't feel it. He said his eye was a bit scratchy, that was it. Because of the cut on the iris or on the pupil, whatever. Like,
that is crazy.
It's nuts.
And I would imagine that there's probably not that much effort to change from having to, take it out and readjust it to being able to adjust it wirelessly.
Maybe there might be a chance to do that. Can you imagine if they could do that for stuff like pacemakers and shit like that? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that would be the future. Yeah, Leo, it was incredible when he told me, because I looked at his eye. You couldn't tell there was a robot eye in it. I have to believe he was telling the truth. I don't think he was wild. I knew the guy at karate for a long time, because he also, like, he has a very, like, you could tell he had 2 lazy eyes, I think. Like, his eyes were very messed up. His vision was like 8, -9 or something terrible. Whatever terrible numbers I don't know how vision works, but he used to tell me like super awful numbers. Like, the man could not see his hand in front of his own face if he was touching his nose. Like, his vision was extraordinarily terrible, even from a kid. So he said, like, this camera thing, it was expensive. Like, he said it was slightly cheaper than laser eye, but still at the time as expensive as laser eye surgery. But yeah, it's just like he can go in every 10 years. He's in his 60s now, so like maybe 2, 3, 4, bless his heart, more times in his life. It's kind of like a colonoscopy every decade, where you just go in, completely non-invasive, shave off the front of his eye, take a camera lens out and readjust it. That's super cool. Cybernetics, baby. Let's go. Terminator. Give me that lower back and legs. Let's do, although I'd like my juiced legs, so. I want to get back to Juiced Legsville, man.
Well, I mean,
I miss my Juiced Legsville. Juiced Legs was
those
so
of
cool.
us who have watched things like Ghost in the Shell, a little bit less excited
I've watched
about
Terminator.
that.
I've watched iRobot. I know how this stuff looks. Although having a spray to be able to put my flesh back on is kind of neat. Spray on
that's kind of
flesh.
cool, but when you get to the point where, like, hackers are able to hack into your eyeballs and show you things that aren't real, that's the point where I'm just like, yeah, no, I think I'm good. I think I'm good on the cybernetics.
I mean, why is it wireless? That's why it would still have to be manual. I don't want this whole. That's why I don't want the phone chip in my hand Why the hell would I want to hold my hand to my face looking all cool like this like we used to when we were 6 years old? No, I want to still hold something. I'll embrace technology, but I'm not embracing technology that's pointless and just flashy for the sake of being flashy. Which I know is not the proper progression of technology, but shut up. I will never have a smart home. I will never have implants to make things happen at the click of my fingers. Fedora, I know you're stewing. You think I'm gonna go for it. I'm not gonna go for it.
No, I mean,
I'll become John Connor.
Noob
Connor.
Somebody who has worked in this industry, who has dealt with these kinds of ethical complications from this kind of like Internet of Things, they call it, just the idea that where everything is connected to the internet and everything is, you can turn on your oven from work and preheat it so that it's ready to get food when you get home. But at the same time, someone can probably hack that and burn your house down with it. You can have cybernetic implants or have robotic legs or something like that. Somebody can hack those and either
like, in the Olympics, they're just turning up your speed.
Right.
Or turning it down.
Right, or making it go, making it go beyond the standard, safety limitations, and making them, move so quickly that you overclock your legs to the point where the parts fall out, or something snaps and it ends up contorting across your body. And
somebody get Dr. Wily over here as electric blanket. Eggman needs to go to bed. Well, you're living in Battle Network Center, dude.
I am as crazy as it sounds, as crazy as all that shit sounds, that is that is what would happen. Anything that can be connected to the internet can be hacked. Anything that is controlled by computers can be manipulated by computers.
Well, I mean, that's the premise of Skynet and iRobot, and isn't that also the premise of like drone warfare, where you no longer need to build the drones, you just need to control the drones.
Right.
Like, why build an army when you could just take over another's army and turn it against them? They have zero defense against it. Now you suddenly have your own army.
Right.
Why wouldn't you just do that?
If you're able to hack into a drone that's in the air, suddenly you have the fist of God.
Yep.
Ready to go. And that is frightening.
Of course.
And then really the only reason why that hasn't happened yet is because the world as a whole is not quite educated enough to be able to do that.
I mean, the premise
you don't have a lot of terrorists who went to programming school, because programming school wasn't a thing up until 5-10 years ago. I'm
going off the movie. I'm going off Will Smith's. I don't know what the book is. I didn't know there was actually that much of a difference in it. I like the premise of I still think iRobot's one of the most realistic movies for AI overlord takeovers. I definitely think it makes sense of self-recognition AI that builds their own rules and recognizes that humans actually live contradictory to the rules that they set up for themselves and for the robots. I super believe that's the way it's going to work.
The Matrix had an animated...
Yes, I've heard it's
compilation that was really good. That also, one of the shorts in there dealt with like the origins of the Matrix and how robots became self-aware, and the context of that, which was actually really interesting. But it was a similar manner. It's like we've developed these robots for our own purposes.
And with emotions, with self-learning AI. It's all about self-learning AI, which is why...
Which is what we're doing literally right now.
I know, I don't know.
Right now in 2021, it's all about AI and machine learning.
Why? You fucking idiots.
Right. God. Well, I mean, the limitation right now, thankfully, is that...
I have a hammer.
the AI machine learning can only learn within the context in which it is being taught.
Yeah.
So you can teach a machine to learn how to play Super Mario perfectly, but
it's because we made it happen.
Right. It's because it's looking for specific things.
Yes.
It's listening to specific things, and anything else is not something that's accepted in its parameters.
Bad Tim, stop that. There's no reason for self-learning AI.
No.
Remember, all technological advancements are meant for those in need, not for the common man. Smart homes are good for people with disabilities who literally need to self-support. They are not meant for Fedora and I. They are not meant for your average human being who could do everything themselves. You do not need to preheat an oven so that you can eat the moment you get home. People who can't move out of their bed need to preheat an oven so by the time they get down there, they are ready to cook. We don't need that stuff in common. That's how the military works. The military builds stuff, and then once it's advanced, they give the basics to us so they can make more money off it.
There are benefits to things like that.
But we're making them.
Right.
I know there are benefits, but I'll never recognize them because we're making them. If we went back to the whole thing where I said put good people into government, same thing could apply. Yeah, there could be people who could just make good changes, but they're not there yet. And there's definitely not people the people who we have entrusted currently to make these weird futuristic things like that are people who should not be trusted with that sort of thing. Yes.
You think Elon Musk is going to make a self-learning AI that will be good for all of mankind?
No.
Fuck no.
He would have a robot family if he could.
He would certainly have a robot sex doll.
He definitely fears AI though. Isn't that the whole thing? Isn't that the weird thing? Like he fears robots.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that. Is how he's one of the Tesla is one of the things that is driving self-driving cars.
Or is he hypocritical about it because I'm trying to remember in an epic rap battle which uses a lot of fact. They were saying something about like how he tweets a lot about like AI is not the future, but he's making his own robots. Like he's super like tone deaf to the fact that he's the one creating AI, but he's afraid of it.
AI and robots are two different things. You can have a robot.
Sorry, he's talking about AI, I think.
AI.
Yeah.
Or at least that level of sophisticated AI, because AI itself now has become kind of a misnomer. We take it to mean the self-learning, adaptable, human-like intelligence, whereas AI in the programming world right now just means a complex list of what if statements.
Yeah. I mean, Tim, those like here's the thing. Everything that's being designed, like Google Home can be good for the common person. Like all of the advances that they're making can be good for the average individual. But one, if it's not needed, and two, if it's made for the purposes of consumerism, only means that it's in the hands of the untrusted, right? Just because I can be trusted doesn't mean the next person can be trusted, and therefore you always have to go for the weakest link. And guess what? If there are people we can't trust, but they have access to it, you can put a gun in my hands and a gun in the other guy's hands. Either of us could shoot. I want to trust the other guy, but can I? Not really. If I don't know them especially, right? That's the problem, is it's just given to everybody. I'm not saying to spread it out, but it's the fact that human nature always wants to push it forward. Some weird person will always come out and say, but we must go deeper. And then they create a friggin' black hole in Finland, or Netherlands, or wherever the hell they have that black hole stored. But that's the thing, though. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I want to trust in it. Like I said, I embrace progress. But the issue is progress has to be offset with the issue of human curiosity, to the extent of curiosity where it doesn't have to exist. It's just because they can, right? Humans are like that. Humans want to do something just because they can, not because it's necessary. There are many advances you can make in many parts of society that are needed right now, like medical advancements, educational advancements, even technological advancements. But the technological advancements we're using is for the purpose of consumerism, to make the money, then go indulge other ideas that may or may not make it. But the issue is that money could just go towards the stuff to begin with.
Right. Like, you can think about it like Amazon. Amazon's logistical, the process of going from clicking a button on a website to having an object delivered to your doorstep in the span of 2 days that's an insane amount of logistics that go from you know, going, like, putting an order in through a warehouse across the country and having that be delivered, you know, by plane into your state, and then by a truck into your county, and then by another truck out to your doorstep. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. Think about how much good that could do if that level of logistical firepower, so to speak, was applied to getting food to the, you know, to third world countries.
Oh, of course. Getting
food into the hands of people who need it most, whether it's in you know, the Western countries or, you know, less developed countries. There's so much that can be done in the name of making the country or making the world a better place for everybody, that is instead used just for the convenience of, you know, millions of in more civilized countries, and to the benefit of a handful.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing, right? It's like the thing that I learned in university. We can solve world hunger. We just don't want to do it. Because then it costs us, and
resources.
It brings other people up to our level, and people don't, and the leaders don't want that. Oh my God!
Found it? Or are you dying right now? Did you catch a Pokemon, or did you have a heart attack? I need to know. Hey, he did it.
It was the... How many Pokemon in? 22, 33, 43, 54, 65. It was the 76th Pokemon in.
My goodness.
7 caves in. Oh my God, my head. Oh, I feel so good. I still have to find the fucking C-Dot in here.
So Keldeo is a hit and a sink.
Yay.
Big surprise.
Yeah, that's why I said wait till the end. The deal's off. No, I'm kidding.
The deal is off.
No, I'm kidding. I have 2 Master Balls for 2 Pokemon. Holy shit, I'm saving the game. Yeah, that's very fascinating, Nyctophile. I didn't. Those are some cool stories. That's the other thing too, Leo. I'm not talking about people who don't misuse it, but at the same time, the stuff that should be given to people. I mean, you can misuse an oven, right? You can misuse the oven whether it's remote or not. That happens. But I'm saying there are certain things that have control over things that just don't need to be, whether or not they're misused or not. If somebody has, for example, like a physical disability and are using a smart home and it's user error, yeah, that sucks and that feels really bad. But it's not like we're giving it to the common masses where people could just, like Fedora's saying, figure out how to get into it. And because we just have people who wouldn't take it as seriously, because, you know, to someone like me, if I'm thinking I need to use those things on a regular basis because I actually need it in my life to live, I would take every precaution into account to make sure that I'm safe. Do you think some average $200,000 a year home is going to give a fuck about that? No, that's what makes it easy for them to do that. Also, Dagger with the 48 months resubscription. 4 years, sir, of subbing. That is huge, sir. And a multiple of 4. You owe me a name or trainer class. That is a lot of months. I have the catch for you, sir. Oh, do you?
I do.
Go for it.
Whimsicott.
Whims?
Whimsy.
That is a sink.
Woo!
Oh, he's keeping it at triple the ships.
Keeping it down there.
Keeping it down. Oh, I feel so happy, Fedora. 76 Pokemon in. The worst part is I can't leave this fucking place yet.
Well, we are 15 minutes past time, I want to say. Do you want to save your sanity for today, and we can... Clearly, we're going to finish it next week.
I mean, if I find the C-Dot. And then somehow figure out where the Purloin is.
I'll tell you what.
Oh, no. Okay.
I'll tell you what.
Do you want to exchange information? We just make a blitz
No,
for it? No.
No,
okay.
I was gonna say, if we are not done by the end of stream next Friday, I will donate however much money to taking your shots to finish it.
Well, that would be $50 or $25.
$50.
Okay, hold on.
$50 maximum, depending upon
how many more hits do you still need?
I don't know, because I don't have. I have a minimum, I think, of 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5, 6, 7, at least 6 or 7, maybe more, because I don't remember exactly how many of each. I still have a lot of uncertain ships, like ships where they might have, they might be 3s, they might be 4s. Haven't figured it out yet. So, but at the same time, I have gotten like 5 or 6 good shots today.
You have.
So,
do you know how many ships I have left over in total?
I have all of your ships.
Okay.
I have hits on all of your ships. I know that. I don't know exactly like how much of each, as far as like how many 2s, how many 3s, because I can't remember exactly.
So
how many we had.
I'll show it all. Okay, so I have two 3s left, 3 4s, and a 5 left apparently.
Okay, so I know where your 5 is.
Okay.
So I can mark off one of these Pokemon. Which means I can actually mark off 2 of these Pokemon. I still need Uxie. I can mark off this one. So you said how many 2s?
No 2s.
No 2s. We got rid of the 2s.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
How? Everything okay?
Uh-oh. I don't know how oh, no. Shit. Oh,
what'd you do?
I hope I cancel that quick enough. Somehow I pulled off by trying to hit delete. My finger slipped and hit like insert up and delete, and it started deleting my entire downloads drive.
Oh no.
And it started deleting things. I stopped it.
Well,
but I don't know how much damage has been done.
Well, you can go into your recycle bin, because it always will move that stuff into the recycle bin first.
Yeah, but the question is, I don't know what it would have deleted. Let's see. Date deleted.
Well, you can always just highlight everything in your recycle bin and tell it to restore.
How dare you? You deleted my Chak from Cthulhu Saves Christmas and Phoenix Wright. What the fuck does that?
Oh,
damn,
no.
it actually did fucking delete shit. Oh my god. Get back here. I almost deleted Golden Sun 64. How dare you?
How dare?
Does that? Did I delete that? Yeah, actually that kind of cleaned out. Oh, I can't delete my OCT license. That's bad. It's kind of my teaching license. I gotta show people it's in my download folder. Jesus Christ.
Have I mentioned cloud backups are a nice thing to have?
Fedora, I don't have money. Unless you find a cheap one or a free one.
It's like the one that I use is like $6 US per month. And the $6 US per month is a heck of a lot nicer than whatever it would cost to replace, your teaching license or anything else that you might lose from accidental deletion or hard drive failures or things like that. Just
Holy
saying.
shit, Leo. Blew up their entire kitchen with a pressure cooker? Jesus Christ.
And yes, you can have an external hard drive backup, but
I do have that.
in order to be truly safe, you want to have a local backup, you want to have an off-site backup, which is less necessary now, and a cloud backup.
Yeah, sadly, I only have an external hard drive, and that's already full because streaming is very, very taxing. Like, there's so much. I do need to back all this stuff up to something huge, though. Like, I've got a lot.
Do you have like video
stuff.
backups? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've got a lot of games.
A
lot of assets, Fedora. Assets that people like Leo know about, or chat with nuzlocks know about. All of my, for some reason, I thought it'd be a really good idea if I opened my CD drive and shoved my Game Boy Color into it to play games. It's really bulky and very taxing on the assets, Fedora.
Yes.
Plus, I also have 6 years worth of content. I don't want to lose anything that I've created content-wise, and that's become very taxed. It's a lot of pictures, and it's a lot of assets. I don't keep a lot of stuff.
That's again why, like, online hosting is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
For those things. I mean, I'm pretty not great about it myself, as I'm sure many of my longtime viewers will attest by the complete lack of you know, finished Let's Plays and game playthroughs that I have failed to properly highlight on Twitch over the years.
I'm just gonna show chat what I've been doing all stream. This is what I've been doing all stream. I drew out the map and I've been writing encounters of every room. There's no Uxie on here, so you can't cheat.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not even looking at it. But
there you go. That's been the past 4.5 hours of paperwork. Oh God. Yeah, I gotta back this stuff up better. Way better. Fedora, 39.5 hours of Battleships. How we feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling a heck of a lot better than I did during like the first 30 hours.
It's that 30-hour power spike.
Yep, everything has just started to click in the last like two sessions we've done, and I went from what, like 17.
Yep.
Like one sync near the beginning of
so
the
like
this event
weeks.
to like, yeah.
Which Zelda games have I played? Okay, I played a bit of Ocarina of Time, but I'm not very good at it, and I quit at the Water Temple with a guide because I'm that stupid. Wind Waker Rando I've played, Link to the Past Rando I played, Minish Cap Rando, you've seen it. But I have actually played Minish Cap and A Link Between Worlds. I played halfway through Skyward Sword. I played like the Adventures of Link. I played Link 2. Link 2 was nice. I didn't finish it, but I like Zelda 2 a lot. The Game Boy Adventure of Zelda or whatever, that one I lost when I was a kid, but I did play through that a bit. Majora's Masks freaks me the fuck out. Twilight Princess, same thing. Especially with that stupid, like, when the shadows came in, like that soundtrack. That actually makes me want to cry. It's doing its job, but that soundtrack is just like, it makes my skin crawl, and I can't possibly play. I can only watch and like shake in my chair slowly.
Watch with the audio muted.
Oracle of Ages, I played through the majority of it, and then I lost my playthrough. I've played a lot of Zelda just in fragments. The only ones I've beaten are Link Between Worlds and Minish Cap. And Wind Waker randoed. And A Link to the Past randoed. But non-randoed, Minish Cap and A Link Between Worlds. I enjoyed those both a lot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Never tried Four Swords. Never played Breath of the Wild.
Four Swords would be fun.
Four Swords, I guess. I didn't get into the arcade style of it.
I really enjoyed the first one that like used the GBA connections.
Yes, that one was interesting.
To have like a second screen. I thought that was really cool back then.
That was actually that was super neat. Oh, that sucks, Nyctophile. Tech is a pain in the ass. It's like stream audio. Audio is just stupid. Anything audio is dumb.
Every piece of tech is more complicated than people tend to think it is.
Or it's just stupid. Oh, I didn't save that. Oh yeah, I did. There we go. Save that. Yeah, why do you ask, Leo? Just out of curiosity. It's a good conversation, to be honest. What was I gonna say? I mean, that was like when I got super spooked. When I dropped my laptop one night when I fell asleep and it landed on my USB with my board game stuff, and I hadn't backed that stuff up in a few months, and that was what I was doing a lot of work on. I'm like, oh no, how much did I lose? I don't think I lost a lot, but it was just like, that's what it kind of scared me going, if I didn't have this backup, I lost all of my education resources. I lost all of my personal fitness stuff, all of my public speaking work. Like, it was I wouldn't say wake-up call because I was already doing it, but it definitely shows that I don't save this stuff nearly as often as I should. It just takes forever for it to do too, and my computer's just like, potato, overheat.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I treat it well, it's just backing stuff up is, I mean, everyone could probably always be better without, like, having to do it every minute of the day. If it would just auto backup. See, there's something we could use.
Well, and you know, there are programs that do that. The cloud backup is essentially that it will back up your stuff over time.
Yeah.
In the background, you know, you can have some control over, you know, how quickly it backs up, depending upon, you know, if you're not using your computer at all, you're not using the internet much at all, you can say, oh yeah, let's try to back up, you know, 200 gigs today. Something like that.
It was a wake-up reminder. It was a big wake-up call because, you know me, my games and I are, without me designing stuff or without streaming, I live a very sad life. Who is very blessed to have a girlfriend who can tolerate me. So, without this stuff, I feel very lost. So, it was a very sad 4 a.m. That was the worst part too. I was tired and I saw the thing shattered. So it's like you wanted to be sad, but then you were too tired, so you're like that sleepy sad. You're just like slowly falling asleep, and yeah. Yeah. Yes, of course, Leo, yeah. That's the good thing about it.
There's no 100% solution, but I mean...
Shop it around.
The idea is you minimize the chances of everything disappearing all at once.
Yeah.
You know, if you have a cloud backup only, then if that cloud backup, you know, has a corruption issue or something like that, or the cloud service dies or gets sold off or something like that, your information might not be safe anymore. If you have a hard drive backup only, that's good in some ways, but if your house burns down, or if, you know, you have some other sort of, you know, issue in that same location, then both your main drive and your backup drive will be most likely ruined. That's why I mean, one of the first things I was taught about this topic in going to, you know, computer support college was you have one of each. You have the online backup, you have the hard drive, the local backup, and then a backup off-site in a different area. So I don't need that. Yeah, there you go, Timber. Just go back to old school ones and zeros.
Beep,
Trees
boop,
can program,
binary.
right? Yep.
Beep boop binary dial-up noise.
Sounds like a donkey getting eviscerated.
I'm sorry, I don't speak tech. I don't speak bullshit. No, I'm kidding. The hell is... Oh god, there's a party going on there, damn. They announced the Cinco Bingo summer tournament, so they got a lot of people interested in it again.
Smug Blue Dragon, long time no see, my friend. Thank you for the 4 biddies. Hope you're doing well. We're actually just about to wrap up for the day with our Pokemon Battleships.
Get ready for this.
Our good friend ProPokeNoob. I'm trying to see if I can find one last thing.
Yeah,
but...
sorry, Leo. I already closed, but you keep going. It's fine.
No, I was just... I knew I had info. I found info on something else, and I was like, I'll see if I can find it just in case before we're done. But
Yes.
We're also half an hour past when we were gonna
That's okay.
stop, so and my butt hurts.
It's very interesting, Leo, because the people that hang out in this chat are fantastic. This community is great, and the exact opposite to me. You would never get tech talk from me. So it's like other people in chat will bring it up, and I'm just sitting here going, I use computers.
I press the buttons and they do things.
I update my virus every week, or antivirus every week. I update my viruses. I download more RAM every week.
Yep.
Hey, there you go, Leo. I appreciate that. Those are the types of messages that make me feel like I'm doing well. You had a lot more fun than one would think just watching some guy stand in a cave. Hell yeah,
See,
you did. That's my goal.
That's what makes you interesting. You can make standing in a cave sound fun.
Fuck.
Yes, Smug. This is for ProPokeNoob's Extra Life. This was actually a donation incentive from last year because he raised $2,500 for his charity event last year. We decided to do this competitive Battleships, Pokemon Battleships, with a modded version of Fire Red that includes over 800 Pokemon from Gens 1 through 7.
Oh, I have no idea, Nyctophile.
And we've been doing this for 2 months now at least.
2 months.
I've lost track.
We started...
It's been more than 2 months,
it's been 2
but
months.
I'm not sure how much.
We started late March or early April. So it's over 2 months.
Yeah, it's been over 2 months. I'm just not sure by how much. I stopped counting after 2 months.
You know, I could go back in the archives, or I could just say we have been playing for a total of 39 hours and 33 minutes.
Yes.
Take with that what you will.
So we're almost finished. We started with 18 ships each. I'm down to 2. Noob has 6 left.
Yeah.
Next week's stream, next Friday,
It should be.
will probably be the last one.
Should be.
Should be. In fact, I was just telling Noob that if we are not done by the end of the stream next week, I will pay whatever amount I need to Extra Life.
I'm even willing to make it spicier to say, because I know how many shots you need left, and it'd be too expensive for me to pull off. But I was also going to say, if it gets down where I just need the Purloin, I will barter every single piece of information of my remaining Pokemon and put it up against the Purloin.
I don't think all of the stuff is worth the Purloin, because the second that you know where the Purloin is, you will win. Because like I said, it's not on a 1% encounter slot.
True.
It is very easy to find.
What if you do like two truths and a lie? Or like 2 lies and a truth? You give me a bunch of routes it could be in. And I have to take the educated guess on which one it's going into.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
I know how many shots you still need, and I'm just gonna tell you now, I can't afford it. So take that as you will.
I mean, chances are pretty good. I have info on most of these. There are a couple still. I still don't have the Uxie info. I still don't have the Spinda info. I don't have Landorus info, but there are a lot of things that I do still have info on.
Yeah.
So I feel maybe not super confident, but I feel like I have a heck of a lot better shot than I did 2 weeks ago.
That's fair.
So next stream will certainly be interesting. Smug, as far as collaboration, I'm not sure what you mean by collaboration. If you want to take part in some of the donation incentives, I think you can go over to Mr. PokeNoob's chat. In fact, I will just try to copy this because I don't have a command, unfortunately, yet.
Are you looking to join the charity tournament?
Well, he's looking to help with a donation.
Oh,
so you can can donate here. I believe again, if you show up around noon-ish Pacific time next Friday, we'll be doing this again, and Noob can go over the specific incentives and things like that. But basically, you can pay a certain amount of money to take shots on either of our behalfs. So if you see, like, if you want me to help catch up to Noob, you can take shots against him.
Yep.
And we'll do like a random selection and see, like, okay, Happiny, take a shot on Happiny, to put me that much closer to catching up.
What time do these start at? Well, the last one will be next week, 3 p.m. Eastern time. But in terms of the charity event, Extra Life 2021 runs from July all the way to November. We have days in my Discord is the greatest place to get all the updates to the events. I am going to be reaching out to all the creators that I want to do stuff with this year. There's going to be a lot of events like this, right? We're either going to be playing games that they play, or we're going to be doing some type of Pokemon Versus, some type of Tetris. We're going to try and have a Minecraft capture the flag thing, which Fedora is going to be a part of.
Yep.
We have a lot going on. This is the way that it goes on my channel, Leo. Okay. First 2 weeks of January, I take off. It prepares content for February to April. April hits. Tournament of some kind, runs for about 3-4 months. July, charity hits until November. Then, like, mid-November, we take like a day off. I stream something for 3 weeks. Have my birthday thing at the end of November, and then December is Nuzcember, and then I go into comatose for 2 weeks and repeat the cycle.
See, Noob here has his entire
schedule.
year planned out.
Like, well, not actually
And I'm
formally
just like,
planned.
yeah, do I feel like streaming today? Yeah, I'm not sure.
I have time frames, I just don't have specifics.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much, my year is literally at this point, what, 7-8 months events, 4 months, whatever the hell I want. Which ends up being Nuzlocke anyways. It's tiring.
It goes.
It's tiring, but it's good, especially since 5 of those months are for charity, so can't go wrong with that. I mean, this year it's been even longer. We've been doing charity stuff since February, so I don't mind it. It's cool. We've already raised $929. That's spectacular. We're so close to the Ultimate Noob Challenge, and we're closer to other milestones in there. We gotta get to 1,500 for the, what is it called again? Is it the Jesus is my homeboy photo shoot? Yes. We need the Jesus is my homeboy photo shoot, where Gamma will dress up in a shirt that says Jesus is my homeboy, and we'll take sexy shots that'll be put on a calendar. Or could be put on a calendar. It's gonna be spectacular.
You should make it a calendar.
I should make it. Fedora, I kid you. I'll tell you this because it's not happening this year. It might happen next year. I was gonna make a joke sexy calendar to have as something that people could donate for.
Do it.
I asked the only photographer I know is my sister's boyfriend.
That might be a little bit awkward.
That's why. I was like, look, he wants some work, right? She goes, why? And I go, how do you think you'd feel about me in swim shorts taking pictures in a bathtub with like purple bass glitter all over me? And she's like, Jesus Christ.
Donation incentive, Speedo.
Oh. Oh. I'm not gonna toot my own horn, sir, but there's a reason I throw the answer is 14. I don't know if that would work very well. I have to triple bag that shit. Now that you've been grossed out, thank you everybody for coming out today.
Yes.
I hope you come back. Please come back. Do not be daunted or intimidated by me. Yeah, mankini. Yeah, no, it's gonna be it's gonna need a lot more than a mankini.
Putting the hammock in banana hammock.
No, it's putting the banana in the hammock. I just actually have a full hammock. Just tie it up like a toga.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
It's going back to high school. I sling it over my shoulder.
Let's stop here before we get banned from Twitch.
No, it's over, man. We've gone from D's nuts jokes to bananas in hammocks. Okay, I've been in worse chats. We can't get banned. There's no way.
I mean,
there's no. Okay, you're right. It is Twitch. They indiscriminately ban random ass shit. Sorry, Mr. Bezos.
and we're not
please
big enough to fight back.
Not in all ways. But yeah. Anyways, goodbye, everybody.
Anyways. See you next week, friends.
Let's find someone to rate. And tell them about the adventures of the mankini.
We'll raid ProPokeNoob if I can.
Oh, God.
Just so anybody who is actually here can...
And was not scared away by that
Was not scared away, can go into whoever he raids for right now. It's a wild ride, Smug. We hope you'll be back next week. Thank you. It sounds like Smug donated.
Wait. Oh, holy crap. Smug Blue Dragon with the $25 donation.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much for a $25 donation to Sick Kids Hospital. Put us at $954. Smug, who would you like to take the shot against? We'll do it right now before we leave.
Yep. We're not raiding anybody yet.
Also, Smug, I need to tell you your rights. So, in my channel, I have a bid war that we're doing for Minish Cap Rando follower. If you'd like to put that $25 towards any number of things, I'm not trying to bait you away from Fedora, but take a look at the list here. I've posted it in chat. Also, I need you to give me a number between 1 and 41, and I'm going to give a Steam key to Fedora to give to you. It's a random Steam key for donating $10. And you're $25 away from being entered into a chance for a giveaway for a photo album that I will personalize and draw myself of a generation of Pokemon of your choice and ship it to you in a nice photo album to keep as memorabilia. I have to let you know of all of your rights. Also, top 3 donors at the end of it will be getting some very special custom-made trading cards. You're going to like it. I'm hoping I can figure that out before the end of the year. I still have to send the guy who won the original. I'll show you the example of the cards, what they're going to look like. But I still have to send this to the original winner. This is the first edition of trading cards. But they look like this. They're nice and plastic. They're beautiful. Gamma helped me stylize them. Thank you, Gamma, very much. A little bit of advertisement on the back. These pictures are also taken by my sister's boyfriend. He's a very, very good photographer. Did Smug give the information?
He has not so far.
Okay. I mean, we could just assume he was taking a shot on me. We could just do that.
Yeah, Smug, if you're still here, can you speak up in my chat and Noob's chat? Try to join multi.
Donation sets a speedrun in a Speedo.
Can you just, maybe you can just do a, let's see here.
Ooh, custom follower stuff. Cool, Leo. I've always wanted that. I've always wanted to have a custom sprite I could put into my Pokemon games. I don't know how complicated that is. I know that exists. I know it's also expensive. There's gonna be a point with all the nuzlocking that we do. Hey, Smug Blue Dragon, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it.
There you go.
That would be nice though. One day, similar to like what Waffles had in his run. It'd be nice to have a ProPokeNoob, just my face running around in the video games. Random number 31. I'll send you the thing myself because you're here and I can whisper it to you. Congratulations. Ooh, this is a good game. They're all good games. You won the game This War of Mine. Kind of a depressing game, but I believe that is a resource management, like party resource management simulator, I believe.
It's good. Whatever classification it is, it's a good game. Reviews.
Yeah, it's a very, very good game. Actually, just recently acquired it. Please let me know if that works.
And it looks like he's going for a shot on you.
He's going against me. That makes sense. I'm just going to send a message to you here. And then there you go. It has been whispered to you. Thank you very much. Let me know if that works. If not, we'll get that fixed right up.
So should we just, like, instead of randomizing...
No, we'll go, like, 1 through whatever. You tell me the Pokemon you have, and we'll just put in a random list.
Yeah. Let's see. Happiny.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, I'm not that fast.
And this is a 3x3, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So it could hit multiple things. It's very kind of you, Smug Blue. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Remember, you can grab 1 game per day with a simple $10 donation. And get the incentives and the bid war. What would you like to put that towards the bid war? The bid war for which follower you'd like to see. Even if you don't watch Minish Cap Rando, you can put anything in that. I appreciate that, dude. Sick Kids appreciates that. Okay, list. Oh, God, I closed my board. I don't know what's going to hit.
Well, I have mine still up, so.
I will open mine really quickly. All right, hit me with the Pokemon.
All right, so Happiny first.
Yep.
Mudbray,
Okay.
Toxicroak,
Yep.
Serena, I think.
Okay.
Galissapod,
Okay.
Uxie,
Oh. Okay.
Spinda,
Okay.
Scolipede,
Okay.
Landorus,
Yep.
whatever Starly's evolution is, not Unpheasant, but the one in the middle, or not Unpheasant.
Staravia.
Yes, I
Yep.
think that's it. Conkeldurr,
Holy shit, you still have a lot of Pokemon to hit. Okay.
Furret,
Okay.
and Honedge.
Holy shit, man, really?
Yep.
That's a lot. All right, let me open up my list here.
Actually, scratch Krogunk, since I know.
You didn't say Krogunk, you said Toxicroak.
Or Toxicroak. Scratch Toxicroak, because I know that you don't have any more 5s, and he would make a 5.
Okay. All right, here we go. Boom. Furret.
Furret. Okay, so I would need info on Furret and Honedge.
What? Are you
Those are
sure? Or do you mean Sentret? Yeah, it's Sentret,
I
not
did say
Furret.
Sentret. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sentret, my
okay.
bad.
Because I was going to say, Furret and Donage are not in the same thing. Okay.
I always get them confused.
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Sentret is a hit.
Okay.
Honedge is a miss.
Okay. That's actually not bad, because I was just looking for the Conkeldurr.
Yes.
So thank you so much for showing up, Smug. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you back here next week. Thank you very much for the donation. That was very kind of you.
Yes. Good, nice final shot at the end there.
Yes.
To catch
Not
people
a
off.
sync like I was hoping, but still good, and sets up for more action next week.
Absolutely. You take care, Smug. Everybody take care. Gamma, Leo, Tim, Nick DeVal, thank you much for hanging out. Noble, if you're still here. Everybody else who has been hanging out. Let's go raid the snack bar. No, we're gonna go raid. Is she? Holy shit, that is a... How long is this seed going for? Millie, you're
Forever.
mad. Okay, Millie is... Oh, wait, she might be almost done. You know who I need to go yell at? The Visual Pine, because he's leaving Discord, and I don't know how I'm going to talk to the man. He's going over to Gilded. Makes me sad. So we'll go talk to him in chat. Thank you everybody for coming out. He is currently playing Final Fantasy XIV. He is also a huge charity streamer. Super nice guy. If you'd like to join in on the raid. Noob squids or just emote squids with a flex at the end. You guys have been spectacular today. We will see you next week. Schedule will be posted in Discord. Make sure you keep up to date with everything that we are doing, because I am very clear and concise on making that happen. You won't see me over the weekend. You guys have an excellent one, though. Take care. Stay safe. Have a great one, everybody. And peace.
Bye, friends.
Fedora.
What?
High five.
High five.
Hell yeah.